Yo, what up? What's going on? How's everyone doing? I just smoked that cigarette too fast. Now my stomach hurts. Um, I'm good. I'm good. Too much kratom. Oh, what's everyone up to? Look, if you want to walk back your coconut pill, you can do it now, and nobody will remember that you were into it. Um, I think we got fucking hosed, yo. I think, here's what I think happened. Tukes, what do you think? Um, I think that the last few weeks of them looking like vaguely progressive and competent, I think that was like a negotiating stance, right? I think they were trying to extract a fucking huge investment from all the different donors. Um, I think she was like, no, no, that was for Joe Biden. You owe, you got to fucking pay Kamala too. And this whole sort of flirtation with the progressive stuff was so that they could, so there could be some bones on the threat that they might look. If we don't get a good donor, we're gonna do what the base wants. We're gonna do like some progressive shit. Um, I mean, fucking I doubt they ever actually would have done it, but like it's just the fucking discrepancy between sort of like the vibes over the past few weeks. And it's like everybody I've heard talk about it has been like just walking on sunshine, right? Like that fucking like everyone was like, "Oh, damn, dude, this is gonna fall off." Nobody could believe it, right? Like how competent they were acting. And then sting in the tail. Um Message tonight meant to appeal to moderate and it's allegedly dude, there is no that whole fucking concept that they push that there's like a moderate fucking centrist voter. I don't think that is true. Like, I don't think that there are a significant number of voters like that. I think there's right wingers and there's liberals, right? And I think like the right wingers, um, first of all, I also think that they game the surveys too. The polling. Um, I think that they vote for the Republican Party because they're sickos. Um, and I think that like anybody else who's politically engaged prefers to vote for the Democrats, especially like it's just maybe if it was still Brandon, you could imagine that there was some silent majority types who were like going to vote for Trump because they didn't like Brandon. But like she's about as Democrat wish list as could possibly be, right? She fucking checks all the boxes. You're middle aged, like fucking Gen X and Boomer Democrat. They love her. Like they wanted her to win in 2020, you know? What up, Zoot? Um, I mean, we'll see what happens, but like I think that they know that there's not really a fucking mythical like a moderate or whatever. Um, I've never met anybody like that. I don't think there's anybody like that. Like my parents are a great example, right? Like they've voted for Democrats in the past, like but they're like I don't know why. That was probably like before they were really paying attention. Um, but they vote for like whoever's going to cut their taxes or whatever. Um, they would not in a million gajillion years vote for the other party just because they've thought that like I don't even know what the rationale would be. Like, nobody who's jazzed up about any of those issues, fucking cops, the fake crime wave, or the border, all this shit. Those guys are maniacs who are going to vote for the Republicans no matter what. Like, I would be shocked if there's more than, like, I don't know, fucking 10 people who were going to vote for the Republican and then were like, well, you know what? I think Kamala's, she's got that border. She knows what she's doing down there. You've seen these people, man. They're not reasonable, you know? What up, Red Maze? Um,
Red
I don't know,
Maze
man.
gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
Fuck yeah. One Great Earth and Song of Ashley. Thanks, bro. Um, I don't know. Did you watch the speech? You want to watch the speech real fast so you know what I'm talking about? Um, because again, that was the worst speech I heard all week. Like, that was the most out of line with the fucking values that they were telling us they had. Like, have you ever met a single Democrat who would be into something like the most lethal military in the world? Right? I mean, there's this such a like a hyper polarization that there's such a sharp distinction between the part. Oh, let me rephrase that. There's barely negligible distinction between the parties. However, their partisan identity is the most important thing to a lot of these people, and I cannot see them going against that because they think Kamala is more competent. Um, Maybe if like Trump is in jail or something, you know. Mm. Yeah, I mean, they reminded me. It's like they were doing like the labor thing. It's like I didn't, I never like conjectured about it because I didn't know why they had gone to the right labor. And I I didn't, I wasn't there. I couldn't fucking sense it. I couldn't tell you what if there was genuinely, like some class of like sophisticated fucking, labor voters or whatever. Maybe there is. Um, I think here it's the people who vote for the Democrats. They do so begrudgingly when it's a right wing Democrat. From what I can tell, they would mostly, by and large, would prefer someone like Kamala, who at least has like a progressive brand, right? Um, they will vote for someone like Joe Biden, but that's not going to get them fucking jazzed, right? Yeah, her suck. It was so bad. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know. Maybe there's Democrats like that. I've never met any, you know, I don't, and it's just really convenient that like, oh, yeah, the policy lane that they had to take, because this was the one that appeals to the widest variety of voters, supposedly, is, well, you look at that, the right wing militarist lane that, again, is not a popular thing. If you'll look, the last 20 years, with the exception of fucking 2004 or whatever, um, people usually vote for the guy who says he's going to do less war. Like that tends to be high on their list of desired characteristics. Like the less militaristic guy usually wins, right? And I would say especially now, right? Like we see how much we spend on our military every year, and nobody wants that, right? People are starting to figure it out, right? Like that's so much fucking money, and we could do so much with it if we weren't spending $1 trillion on this bullshit. Um, so yeah, I don't think any of them are into that shit. I think some of them, I think they'll grudgingly go along with it if they feel they have to. But I think this was for the donors. I think that like she was, you know, I think her whole vibe for the past couple weeks was just negotiation. Um, and yeah, I feel had. I feel like we got conned. Yeah, right? It's just that's not something that Democrats are going to support, when they see all of the other problems that we have and how it's so much money and it you would be better off setting it on fire, honestly, like for all the harm it does to the world. I know it's just like, look, even if she thought that, right? She would have the good sense to not lead with that, right? It's just, you know, you want the strongest enemy so that the enemies wouldn't want to go to war. I mean, look, I don't think any of us can take anything they say about, you know, geopolitical tensions or the military or any of that stuff in good faith. I think that they are lying and are going to do whatever interventions, whatever militarism that they think is going to benefit some faction of their fucking power elite. Um, what do you mean? I don't. I, I was legitimately entertaining the possibility that they would be going with a more popular campaign because they saw that it was more popular, right? That's the thing. It's like they've been doing this, and everybody is like, "What the? Why? Why do you keep doing this?" Um, the strongest army so that the enemies wouldn't want to go to war. Hmm. I mean, I, um, the American war machine that's $1 trillion a year. I mean, do you think like, oh, dude, Iran was gonna stop fucking around, but then we spent 1 trillion instead of 900 billion, so now they're gonna fuck around again. I mean, again, I know all these talking points exist. I just don't think any of them are true. I think they're all just made up excuses. And again, it's just like if you thought that, right, you would not center your DNC speech around that. You would, you know, be making deals in the back or whatever and planning on doing that. But since you know it's not popular, you wouldn't want to prioritize that. And just, yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess. I just think most people would prefer not to do war. I think saying we're not going to do any wars at all would be much more popular than we're going to do the sickest wars you can imagine. You know, I think, yeah. I mean, I think that I watched it in Hassan's stream, and he's basically the same take I had, right? Um, it's just a bizarre, like, the difference, too, is another thing. I haven't heard any of them make any kind of speech like this. None of the other speeches of the DNC were like that, you know? I don't ever remember a Democrat bragging about the military like that. Um, I mean, Brandon was pretty hawkish, you know? Um, but I just figured that was because he was brain dead and all he could remember was NATO because he liked doing NATO. I did NATO, Jack. I was just like speechless listening to her because I could not believe. Okay, let's just put on some of it so I can get angry again. Hmm.
Thank you, Chicago, for
Let's
your
see.
energy.
Oh, this got age restricted. Oh, cool. Mm. Oh, good quirk. Comments on Melon's forward. Nice. Mm.
Thank you, everyone. Thank
Mm.
you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. business.
Yeah,
Let's get to business.
because again,
All right.
Obama was smart. He knew how to fucking play the
So
crowd.
let me
Hold
start
on,
by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an
Doug,
incredible partner to me, an
Doug.
incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that
Yeah,
we
I mean,
have
I
traveled
know that's a
together, Joe,
narrative.
I am
You
filled
know,
with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you. And
it's like the fucking empire was already falling. Um, I think like they were already in deep trouble about maintaining their position, this hegemony with you know, several other countries getting their shit together in a big way. Um, and then strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. Exactly. Um, I don't think like I know that there's a certain type of pundit who's going to say that, right? I think that's also contrived, right? I think that like they say that so they can justify the militarism, right? Because I mean, come on, like this government is like it's just the main thing that they do every year is fucking pass a military budget, right? That's like one thing that's going to pass every year is the NDAA, and it has $1 trillion worth of shit in it. And just from like looking at the UFO people, that's where like anybody who wants to try to like get funding for anything, but certainly like technology or anything, like cutting edge or whatever, it's going to be through the military, right? So there's a lot of people get their hands out, and a lot more people are want to get their hands out. And it's just like Skinwalker Ranch, right? Like he spent what was it, $2 million or something? He gave Harry Reid $2 million in the campaign, and then when Harry Reid won, he gave Bigelow a $22 million contract, right? You see a lot of instances like that, quid pro quo. Um, yeah. So they are all looking for justifications to raise the budget, to add more to the budget, and they do the budget and then they do all these supplemental budgets, like they do. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like she went and looked at Hillary's speeches and then took all of the parts that everybody hated the most and added those to her speech and then didn't care about getting any of the stuff people liked. I don't know. It's almost like I almost was thinking that like they are they were getting too much of a lead. They had to keep it interesting.
Jill, and are forever thankful to you both.
It's just like compare how she was the other night. She was fucking happy and having fun and dancing and all this shit. Tonight she comes out there with a fucking, she looks like Hannibal Lecter. It wasn't gonna
And
be
to
yay.
Coach Tim Walls,
Mm. There's grandma bonuses. Yeah. Mm.
you are going to,
Mm.
and he will give
Oh,
them
what
another
happened?
round of tax. We moved a lot.
Uh,
I will always remember that big
yeah.
Mayflower truck packed with all
Yeah, but like, hold on. Here. Leave this on.
our
I'll find the
belongings ready to
surveys.
go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment.
They're also like, they're disregarding all of their really inspiring, compelling new data, you know, that they've pulled since they swapped her out. They swapped him out. You got, let's see, you know, just like night and day. You went from, let's see, Biden supporters in this age group. So 18 to 29-year-old Harris supporters are far more likely to say they are extremely motivated to vote than Biden supporters in this age group were about a month ago. 61% of Harris's voters under 30 say they are extremely motivated to vote. In July, 42% of voters under 30 who supported Biden said they were extremely motivated to vote. So it went up a third in a month. I'm trying to find the one with the issues on it,
East
though.
Bay. In the Bay.
But like, you know, you are going to lose a lot of these new voters. If this is your campaign strategy, I mean, shit. I mean, I think you might as well just kept Biden. If you were going to do this, you might as well have just kept Biden in there. I mean, Jesus. Like, I can fuck with goofy Kamala. That's fine. I can't fuck with like Hawk Kamala, you know?
You either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters,
I mean, like you said,
nurses,
it's
and
the,
construction workers.
you know, the most viewed, right? So they're gonna,
All who tended their lawns with pride.
who
My
knows?
mother, she worked long hours. And like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help
Where
raise
the
us.
fuck is the?
Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother.
Let's see.
Uncle
10 facts
Sherman,
about Democrats.
Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Aunt Chris. None of them family by
Well,
blood,
I
and
mean,
all of them family
look,
by love.
if they're dumb enough to think that Trump voters might switch sides because they think that you know, Kamala's got like a stronger position on, you know, imperial affairs, then they deserve to lose. I mean, seriously. But just think about that though. Like, think about how many potential Trump voters you might win over versus how many under 30 voters you're going to turn off, which again is the same dynamic I've been talking about since 2020. It's like, when you run this kind of campaign where you claim to be appealing to the center or the right, and you're not actually appealing to them, you are, however, there is an opportunity cost because you are turning off your traditional base, young people, working class people, you know, people, like liberal people. Your CNN panel? No, but like,
Family.
I wouldn't put a whole lot of stock in whatever CNN panel they put together because, you know, I think CNN's the worst, the fakest of the fake news.
How to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told
Nearly half
us
of
we could
Democrats
be
identify as something
anything
other than
and
Christian.
do anything.
More support from
instilled in
Democratic
us the
voters. 9 in
values
10
they
Democrats say they'd vote for
personified.
Harris.
Community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated.
Uh,
With
oh,
kindness,
really? Treat others like you would want to be treated. Hmm. Good people, bombing people. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I know, but it's like that's just kind of a tricky thing, though. That's what I mean, because that's what CNN does. Is they dishonestly provide this sort of this trying to paint this neat picture of the electorate, and it's like, okay, like if you had genuinely never seen her speak before and you didn't know her name and you're finding out about her for the first time, then I mean there's still enough. Look, for a lot of people there's still enough in there that is going to separate her from Trump, right? I'm not denying that. Sure. For a lot of people are going to say, yeah, thank God she's not Trump, you know? And I think that's the six of them there, right? Because Trump's people are already locked in. I don't think there's a whole lot of wiggle room with his voters. Um, I think gumbo and chess. Um, so if they're still undecided, that means they already have Trump gives them the ick. You know, um, it's like if Trump's shtick doesn't appeal to you, you kind of know that pretty quickly. He's an undecided little gremlin does so yeah, once is pretty legit. I'm trying to find that survey where they have like the specific issues that are um majorities of Democrats say gun violence, healthcare cost, and partisan gridlock are major national problems. Yeah. 68% said gun violence is a big problem. See, they want to get down on gun violence, but they also want to have the most lethal military in the world. Gun violence, number one, 68%. Affordability of healthcare, number two, at 65%. The ability of Dems and Republicans to work together at 63%. Which, again, that pisses me off because what are they going to do, right? What did they do last time? Biden does this whole big fucking shtick with the Build Back Better, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to divide it up, and we're going to pass this part now and the next part later." All that shit when you know it was doomed to fail as soon as they divided it. But um, they kept these like I guess they know that statistic about 63% are concerned about that. So they took that, but it's like I think for me personally, um, I know better that if you get Republicans to co-sign your bill, it's not a good bill, right? You know what I mean? Like there's not the way that these people are, they are not going to sign on to anything that's actually good, like at all, So it's going to be even more evil than the standard evilness. Um, let's see. Climate change, 58%. Drug addiction, 50%. Okay. That sounds accurate, by the way. Let's see. Continue to favor an active federal government. Americans are evenly divided in their preferences for the size of government. Around half say they favor a smaller government that provides fewer services, while about as many as 48% favor a bigger government with more services. So, again, people just want the government to do good things, not bad things. So, if, you know, they don't care, really, I think most people don't understand that. Um, you know, let's see. Democrats broadly support the federal government providing more services. Their level of trust in the federal government, like the public's overall, has decreased sharply since the 70s. Only about a third of Democrats say they trust the federal government most of the time. Still, that's roughly three times the share of Republicans who say this, 11%. Jesus. Which, again, I think a lot of that has to do with the Democrats co signing the Republicans' framing every time, right? It's like they say, "Oh, the government sucks," and it's like that Reagan take about like, "Oh, I'm from the government and I'm here to help." That shit is stuck with people this age, and I think they if they remember anything, they remember stuff like that, and you know, it sucks because We really could have benefited from having a party that defended the role of government all these years. Just like we could have benefited from ones who, were willing, had the courage to accurately critique the cops or fucking, racism or any of these other problems that they're all fucking scared to talk about. Um, they're all scared of the right wing media. Let's see. More likely than Republicans to say the Supreme Court has too much power. Yeah. Um, so August since August 2022, it's been 64%, 62% of Democrats say too much power. Well, again, that would be a popular policy that she could design a thing around, Democratic hostility towards the Republican Party has risen in recent decades. Both have become more likely to view the opposing party very unfavorably. 55% of Democrats say this about the Republican Party, up from just 17% 3 decades ago. Okay, 3 decades ago, I don't know how, that's not the same people, like, hmm, let's see. They overwhelmingly dislike Trump. 92% of Democrats express an unfavorable opinion, including 78% who view him very unfavorably. Yeah, but there's also 4% of them who support Trump. So, yeah, take that into account. Yeah, I don't see the one that has the issues where it's like listed, um, you know, about which people say are their top issues. I just want to see where people rank the military. Um, Americans see many federal agencies favorably, but Republicans grow more critical of the Justice Department. Any government office that like holds Trump to account for anything is going to quickly become distrusted. Mm. Favorable views of Supreme Court remain near historic lows. How to fill state vacancies in the Senate. Majority of Americans support more nuclear power in the country. Yeah. Um, I think that's pretty incredible that 56% want more nuclear after the decades sophisticated disinformation campaign against, nuclear power and the American people. Let's see. Views on America's global role diverge widely by age and party. This might be it. Here. Mm, uh, can you see that? No. Okay, there you go. Yeah, let's see. Young adults are far less likely than older adults to say that the U.S. should play an active role in world affairs. Yeah. I mean, I think I was trying to figure this out, how this works, but like I'm wondering, so these boomers who think that they know better and like we're being lied to by TikTok or whatever, right? Um how does trying to think how that affects their their opinions, right? Like so hmm. I know. I mean, it's just like this is what like very clearly, like objectively speaking, intelligent people have been able to figure this out. It's not. I just fucking hate boomers, man. Jesus Christ. 33% of adults under 35 say it is extremely or very important that the U.S. plays an active role in world affairs. 49% of those 35 to 49, and 66% of those 50 to 64, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, as usual, the young people are correct and the old people are wrong. uh, Majority of U.S. adults continue to say that in the future, U.S. policy should try to keep it so America is the only military superpower. What? continue to say that in the future? I need to see how that question's asked, because if it's phrased in such a way where it seems like there's a threat involved, then sure, right? But I would think that um, no one cares if it's not a direct, it's just that like our government is frequently likely going to be provoking any other sizable military. So I guess, yeah. I mean, I would like to have nobody around for them to pick a fight with if we could do that. User RG unchanged about their allies. 39% said the U.S. should follow its own national interest, even when its allies strongly disagree. I mean, look, that 39% can continue to say this with all of the headwinds against that. I think that's pretty interesting. That people are sick of this shit. Um, Sizable partisan gaps on each of these questions. Mm, I mean, this is hard to read. In foreign policy, the U.S. should take into account the interest of its allies, even if it means making compromises with them. I mean, I think we should I think we should submit ourselves to the system of widely established system of international law that seems to work for everybody else, but, not us. 76% of Democrats say the U.S. should take allies' interests, blah, blah, blah. Their side. Does U.S. military strength make the world more or less safe? God. Say a majority of Americans say a strong U.S. military makes the world more safe. I mean, like, if we could have a situation where they didn't engage, then sure, maybe, right? But like, uh, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not as it's not as strict as local law is, sure, but the the big, like the big ticket items, like ethnic cleansing and genocide and all that, I think most countries follow those, right? Again, I would like to see how that question's phrased too, because um, if you remember my lifetime, for instance, right, it, that's not been the case, right? Hmm. 81% of Republicans versus 61% of Democrats. Each age group say the country's strong and you see how some of them are divided into like just two age brackets, then others are divided into more. I think that's suspicious too. I think that they're hiding the ball when they do that. Younger Republicans are less likely than older ones to say the strong military makes the world safer. Yeah, again, because there's a very clear trend that I see emerging is that young people are able to get a more unadulterated view of the news, and they are disgusted by what they see their country doing, and again, it's frustrating to me that these boomers would have like you know they rely on their kids for a lot of information about the world, I think, but then when it's something that's in contradiction, with like this clearly held, like long held belief that like, Israel can do no wrong or whatever, um, then they're like, oh, fuck, TikTok's lying to the kids. Yeah, sure. They think China, Russia, Iran bad, so they want to have a strong military to, keep them from doing anything. Sure. But I would love to see like what percentage is supporting a conflict with any of those countries, because again, I don't know anybody who would support that, and I think they would be insane, right? Which is just I don't know. I think, like I said last night, we need this we need these guys to like retire from public life. 94% of Republicans 65 and older say strong U.S. military makes the world safer. Mm. I'm just like, I felt like most people our age were aware of like the Millennium Challenge and all, you know? Like, how anybody could know the details of that and still want to provoke Iran like this? Mm, I don't get it. Like, they just fucking smoked us, right? It was a war game, so I mean, there's no guarantee that they would do as good, but like, if anything, I think that we probably underestimated their capabilities, right? And they're significantly stronger capabilities now, right? Um, you know, I'd like to see how these people feel about this once, maybe we can do an updated version of it. I doubt they're going to do it. They would do that though, because again, they're trying to obfuscate, right? They don't want anybody to know that, which is again so irresponsible. Like, I don't know. It's just the stuff with Israel too. It's like, what the fuck? You want to go to war over there? Really? What? I don't know, man. Or just like the fact that they are not prioritizing avoiding war uh, is alarming because it's basically then they're going to send us over there. Um, hmm. What do you mean says what she says? She says different things different times. Mm, let's see. Mm. Majority of Americans take a dim view of increased trade with other countries. I think that is pretty clearly, I would guess, people not really understanding, NAFTA or all that, TPP stuff, and not understanding the issue, but knowing, yeah, I know there's something weird about global trade, huh? All right, let's just say no to that. I think that's a huge aspect of this is they vaguely remember like partial details of an issue. I mean, it's just too. It's like most of these issues. There's been like an active disinfo campaign my whole life, where they've actively been trying to misinterpret this for people so that they have a harder time understanding. It's like, how old were you when you realized that America was the baddies? Because I was an adult, like that's very much intentional, and it very much you're not going to have any kind of accurate view of the world until you understand that, right? U.S. adults under 30 have different foreign policy priorities than older adults. I mean, again, that's what I was just saying. Is like because we know true stuff, right? It's like, I mean, I guess this isn't me, but consumers, they understand the reality. Dealing with climate change, preventing the spread of weapons of mass destruction, and taking measures to protect the U.S. from terror attacks should each be a top foreign policy priority for the country. I don't know if it's that. 59% dealing with global climate change. Yeah, I mean, I think that's overwhelmingly the most important issue to young people, right? Um, yeah, they are, right? This. it's pretty gross. I'm looking at it now. It's like you see different questions are phrased different ways in different contexts, and it's oh, sometimes there's this age group, sometimes there's an extra one, sometimes there's we cram everybody into these two brackets, and I think that's highly suspicious. They're doing something like that, right? Um, this one too is like they make it under 30, I guess, to sort of like make them look like silly or whatever. Like that's not, oh, this is just fucking kids, guy. Don't worry about them, you know. When really, I imagine it's probably pretty similar numbers if you expanded it out to our age, right? 45 and under. Spread. I feel like we got to talk to these kids about you know, the DPRK versus Libya. You know, make that point clear to them. If you give up your nukes, they're gonna get you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the country should protect us from terror attacks. That shouldn't be like to have this in here as like a priority like that too. Again, I think is also suspicious because I think most people would just assume that that's a priority is to prevent terrorist attacks, right? And reducing the spread of infectious disease, reducing the flow of illegal drugs into our country. Oh, wait till you get a load of this. What if I told you that the drugs were actually. Never mind. Promoting and defending human rights in other countries. Wow. Uh, wow. Hmm. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's like these people I trust significantly more than any other group, right? Because I think they have an accurate perspective of reality. And I think the mainstream media is so incredibly dishonest that, I mean, it's not a legitimate news source, right? Limiting the power and influence of Russia. A third of them said that's a priority. Finding a solution to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. Must be old. Um, 31% say top priority, 40% say some priority, 26% say no priority. When is this from? U.S. adults, April 1st through 7th, 2024. Really? Ugh, that's weird, right? U.S. being a leader in space exploration. I'd put that as my top priority. Promoting democracy in other nations. I mean, I see how only 18% say that because they've grown up, with just a series of fucking kerfuffles. Uh, Limiting the power and influence of Iran. Which, just real quick comparison here. Look at these bottom ones, right? Promoting democracy, limiting the power and influence of Iran, strengthening NATO, supporting Ukraine, supporting Israel. I would say it's pretty clear that those are the bourgeoisie's fucking top priorities. Those are the top priorities of the State Department. Like that's what they want, right? Like, or no, I don't want to say what they want. That's what they've demonstrated they care most about, right? Like these are the things that they spent the most effort and money and time um, doing those bottom things there. Um, what's up, educator? Um, what? You're not a mod anymore? Hmm. 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 How do I do that? Um, Permit, purge, time it. Um, how do I do mod? What the fuck, dude? Hmm. La 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 la. This is a live video which has not been fact checked by USA Today.
Respect and compassion.
Hmm.
My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health. And she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle
Oh, I didn't
mentioned
finish
the
my
other night.
TikTok. Shit.
She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders.
It's just look. I don't know. Maybe this isn't common, but like I would rather just have them do a shorter speech than include a segment about like, oh, how much your worldview is informed by the civil rights movement when it's very clearly not true, you know? Like this oh yeah, I was enmeshed in the civil rights movement. So that's why I think we should be slaughtering fucking babies. I mean, again, it's just I I have a hard time like you know evaluating any of their shit while they're doing the most fucking brutal crime I've ever seen in my entire life, like on a daily basis, and it is a hard time looking past that for any other, you know.
Including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and
Mm.
Constance Baker Motley.
Mm.
Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America.
Ooh.
So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life.
This Warren filter.
You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice.
Unless you're Palestinian, then you need to be fucking blown out of the sky. Like, it's just.
As a prosecutor,
I just don't see how you can give her any credit for any of this when she says stuff like that every 5 minutes. It's just, I makes me want to fucking scream, dude.
when I had a case,
Yeah.
I charged it not
Oh,
in
really?
the name of the victim,
It was Wanda
but
Sykes?
in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console.
Again, I don't know how they
survivors
fucking
of
sleep at
crime,
night.
to
I don't. I have
remind them
no idea.
no one should be made to fight alone. We
Again,
are
unless you're
all
Palestinian.
in this together. And every day, in the courtroom,
I don't see how to make
I
you a
stood
mod.
proudly before a judge And I said 5 words. Kamala Harris for the people.
But not the Palestinian people. Everyone but
And
them.
to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people.
Again, also not true.
And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf
I don't know, Rihanna. I
of
don't see how to
every
do it.
American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks.
It's just like I have the opposite effect. It's like
my mother.
I would rather them like if this is what they're gonna do is just bullshit us like this. I you know would prefer them to not lie about it. So just don't talk about it if you can't. If you're not able to talk about it without being genocidal, then just skip that segment. Move on to the next thing because it just makes me like I hate her more now than I did before. Like it's.
And everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story
Oh
could
yeah,
only be
for sure.
written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination
Like
to be President of the United States.
you missed it. I was talking about this earlier. Is the I think her I have a conspiracy theory. Admittedly, it's a conspiracy theory, but the last few weeks we were all like, "Oh, look how competent the Democrats are being. Look, they picked a good candidate, and they're embracing the popular, values. Like they are leaning into the stuff that people like about Democrats and avoiding the stuff that people don't like about Democrats, and that is it's completely inverted, right? Like it tells me that like I think there's a strong possibility that this whole time her sort of like whatever the fuck you'd call that. It wasn't that she was like pretending to be progressive, it's that she was not admitting her true values were not progressive, right? So um she didn't do that for a minute. And I think she was trying to extract maximum contributions from her donors, right? Oh yeah, Tim Walz. I might, me and Tim might just fuck around and revamp the entire welfare state, or they get terrified of stuff like that. So if she's been saying that and they're calling her and she's like, "Oh, yeah, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say, but I'm going to need like $200 million at least and another couple million in unmarked cash or whatever, whatever they do." But I think there's a strong possibility that that's what has happened over the past few weeks. Because again, this is what everybody assumed that she was. This is who I assumed that she was, right? But for the last few weeks, I was like entertaining the possibility that maybe they are, genuinely concerned about winning for once and are going to do the stuff that's popular. Um, and I was wrong. I don't trust them as entertaining the possibility. Um, because again, it's in their self-interest. It's hard to evaluate, from a materialist perspective when they do things that are so out of sync with what is beneficial to their careers. Um, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Um, Other than, revealing the truth that their priority is not winning or passing policies or helping voters or anything. It's just serving the donors. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Mm. I'll check that out in a little bit. I don't know. I was thinking about going out, but
Prosecutor in
I don't feel
Oakland,
like it.
California,
She really put me in a bad mood. Sorry.
I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As
just,
Attorney
just,
General of California,
just not
I took
Palestinian
on the
ones.
big banks,
No, she didn't.
delivered $20 billion from middle.
Listen to David Dayen on Brianna's podcast. He breaks it down really good. Exactly what she was doing this whole time. Because she's done some revisionism with her record. You know, she pretends that like and her surrogates do too. They all credit her with like being like the head negotiator. So she was the attorney general during the bailouts and in 2009, and she um was, as we know, like she's her strongest her inner circle is all Silicon Valley types, and she was going to try to help them. She was in charge of negotiating a settlement for the entire state. But I mean, if you, like I said, listen to Dane on that interview, he explains it really well. It seems pretty fucking clear her priorities were, you know, serving her corporate donors. Um, oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't think anybody is going to be fooled past tonight. Like I said, I was entertaining the possibility, and now I'm just fucking pissed off. I mean, I wasn't going to vote for them before, but now I'm going to fucking tell people how much they suck. Fucking bastard. I mean, she just fucking had to do this. It's like, again, like I keep saying, even if you thought you had to do this for some reason, you would not like center your acceptance speech around how militarist you're going to be. Like it's just
Class
ridiculous.
families who faced foreclosure and helped pass a homeowner bill of rights, one of the first of its kind.
She just went along with what the other states attorney generals were doing because some of them were genuinely trying to help their taxpayers, not her. But she just kind of like hung out and went along with it, and retconned everybody so that she is you know the way she tells it now, she was the she was fucking holding these bankers to account, and Hmm. What do you mean? Um, I mean, yeah, because I want things to get better, so I'm always gonna root for them to get better, and I'm gonna look at scenarios where it might be an option, like there might be an opportunity for improvement. Like, because you got to look at their self interests. That's what you do. You find the people involved. You look at Kibono, right? And then you try to see if there's any extenuating circumstances that would interfere with that. Is usually what I do. I don't really, I don't really. I'm sure I think about it, but like I don't really go with you know, prediction like past behavior is a predictor of future. I go with like what's in their self interest in this instance. Um, and again, it's like every single time I've like been looking at this, they have let me down. Like this never happened, right? Every time I thought that maybe they're gonna sell out, they definitely were already sold out. Like, um, it's just like if you see them and you're like, voters think this thing is good, this candidate is running for office, instead of saying the thing that voters think is good, they're going to say a different thing that is a much smaller number of them think is good. You know, that pisses me off, right? Were rescued, and the Palestinians should have been able to. Yeah, I mean, again, I think because if you hear Norm Finkelstein tell the story of what Bill Ackman did to Harvard and I think it was some of the other Ivy Leagues too, the way Norm tells the story is it was blackmail, right? They got a bunch of their alumni together and wrote a letter to the school saying, if you don't crack down on these Palestinian protesters, if you don't you know end the encampments and you know whatever other bullshit they wanted them, whatever hoops they wanted them to jump through. Um, if you don't go out there and beat the shit out of those kids and shut down the encampment, we're gonna withhold this year's, what did he say? I think he said it was like 600 million. It was like 600 million worth of donations total was what they were negotiating over. So if that's how much they give to their alma maters, right? Well, I mean, I imagine there's hundreds of millions of dollars going into government here, right? So if they say, so if Bill Ackman's like, oh, here's $50 million with your name on it, but I'm not going to give it to you until you confirm that no Palestinian speaker will be at the DNC. Like, I think there's a very strong possibility that that happened just because of the priors, right? That's what he did at the universities, and that worked so effectively. I see no reason why they wouldn't try it again, you know? Mm.
In the nation.
I might be about done with this.
I stood up for veterans
I want to hear
and
it.
students being
I would rather hear Ella's speech.
scammed by big for-profit colleges.
Oh my God.
For workers
She's taking credit for that now too? Really?
who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due.
Wow. Wow. Hey, what about if somebody was like in jail and you had them putting out forest fires and then you found out that they were innocent, but you didn't want to lose the worker putting out forest fires, right? Wouldn't that seems to be like what she's talking about here, kind of like staggering hypocrisy. Yeah, I would vote for Chode for sure.
I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights.
The CIA is the world's leading drug trafficker.
And neither were the elections that put me in those offices.
Okay, she's going to lie about this too, I'm sure. Remember, you can go look at the campaign posters from when she ran for DA. She ran as a tough on crime prosecutor, and her messaging was like, "Oh, we got to get rid of this hippie in office now because he is too soft, and he is, whatever fear mongering they'll do." And she won.
Were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up because the future is always worth fighting for.
Oh my God.
And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future.
You hear this?
Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives. It is one.
You know what else she does too, which is terrible as well, is she has this, like, her lib aesthetics have come out in a huge way here, and like this particular type of like coastal liberal, um, most of the country fucking loathes, right? Like, like I understand that you like are speaking to a group of Democrats, so like, doing fucking brat summer or whatever, being sassy is going to appeal to a lot of them. However, it's going to turn off a lot more people. So if you're going to gain one voter with your style and lose two voters with the same style, I think you'd be better off finding a different style. Because I think most people just find that sort of shit be like just reprehensible.
Important
Yeah,
in the
Trump
life
donated
of our
6 grand to
nation.
her California DA campaign. Yeah, exactly. And again, we all know the story with Steve Mnuchin, and he bribed her, and she didn't charge him.
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Mm.
But
All
the
this shit, like,
consequences
look, don't talk about Trump. Don't talk about your competitor. Tell us what you want to do to improve people's lives, not how bad he is, because most people don't believe you. And the ones who do are already on your side. And anybody who would be gettable is going to have the opposite effect to this style here. You
But the consequences of putting
know,
Donald Trump back
what did
in the
they kick
White
him
House
out
are
for?
extremely serious. Consider, consider not
Um, $1,000 says if she could guarantee, she could press a button and like guarantee like Israel is taken care of, um, but that Trump is president. I think she would press that button. Yeah, there was at least 5,000. I was there for a little bit, right? There was at least 5,000 haters in there. Um, they were so mad too, because like he had the same reaction that I'm having, basically, right? Very similar. And all these fucking libs in the chat were so pissed off, and they were like, "No." And again, like I keep harping on this, but the way all these people were like, "Oh, I'm so glad I don't have to pretend to like Joe Biden anymore," you know, when for months they were, "Oh, Joe's fine, dude. What are you talking about?" Just gaslighting the shit out of everybody and pretending that he was okay, um, and not admitting that he had something wrong with him. And yeah, so I don't think they're going to be honest about this. The mildest of criticism during Obama's speech, really? He he said he said it wasn't because of any of his takes. It was just something to do with like scheduling or whatever, which I don't know. Um, I could definitely see a situation where it's like he applied for the permit or whatever and they gave it to him, and then, some powerful Democrat showed up and recognized him and said, "How dare you let him in here? Get him." I mean, I think that's how most of the censorship is implemented. It's just like rich guy is annoyed by something, you know, like something you say annoys rich guys, so they get you banned.
not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the
Mm-hmm.
gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed,
Again,
he sent an armed mob
oh,
to the United States Capitol,
look,
where they
Kamala, y'all have been doing this for the past 4 years, and I don't know how there could be any doubt about it. That, like I described earlier, your people are already on board with this, so this is just fucking fan service. Their people are extremely turned off by this framing of everything, as if they weren't already. But I think independents are also not into this sort of like condemnation, like, oh, he's so bad, you know? I don't think that appeals to a whole lot of normie voters. You're watching the stream, mention you still had the access pass, and within seconds they demanded it back. So they were watching a stream. Wow. Hmm. Yeah. Again, it's like I said, I have a hard time seeing how they could genuinely pick this tactic, right? Oh yeah, we'll do some fucking pootler shit. Yeah, it'll be great. Yeah. Like just it's just that like they don't I don't know, I say this before, but like the focus groups, the Democrats take the results and then they use that to browbeat their people. Like, oh man, you're just it seems like maybe you're not seeing the issues clearly or whatever, whatever shit they're gonna blame on them. Like, and the Republicans are the opposite. The Republicans do a focus group and they see what's popular and then they try to pretend like they're that thing, you know? The Democrats just try to change their people's opinions about the thing that's popular so it better aligns with them.
Assaulted law
And
enforcement.
again, it's just, you know, it's very hard to sort of like evaluate what's going on with the voters when there's the situation we have where it's, you know, you get like the Nazi or the fascist or whatever, it's just
Officers. When politicians in his own party
taking on Biden's
begged him
dementia via
to call
proximity.
off the mob and send help,
And again,
he
I
did
think
the
this is her.
opposite. He
I think she's just done a good job hiding this from us the last few weeks, right? I think this is 100% her. This is authentic her, and just they somehow managed to keep it in their pants for the last few weeks.
fanned the flames.
Yeah, you get to
And
choose if you like
now,
cops or
for an
billionaires more. Yeah, it
entirely
fucking sucks,
different
man.
set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans.
Is the law fair? Witch hunt.
And separately
Kamala
found
Harris.
liable
Kamala,
for committing
Kamala.
sexual
She
abuse.
knows she can't beat me, so she has to
And
do lawfare.
consider what
She's
he
lawfaring
intends
me,
to do
folks.
if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit.
You see what I mean? That's a great example of a comment that the entire world would be better off if you had not said. It's just, you are the vast majority of people who hear that comment are going to gag a little bit, maybe, or just, it's just such a loathsome comment that I think that would have been better left unsaid, you know? Oh, those those animals that hurt those cops. What? What? No. Like it's not it's not just like a pass fail system, right? Where like, oh, he did a bad thing, right? It's obvious he did a bad thing, so he's bad, right? No, like the people have a subjective response to these different instances. And I think even if you don't hate cops, which I think most people do hate cops, whether or not they'll admit it. Um, but you're not going to you're only a sicko is going to say that like that bothers them, right? Like, oh yeah, he how can you believe Trump let those guys like encourage those guys to riot and then they ended up hurting this poor police officer? You're not going to get a lot of sympathy for that, like what there's a lot of things you could attack those guys for, right? That would have a lot more teeth, right? Instead of attacking Trump for oh, he's talked about being loyal to his base, right? Is basically what she's saying. It's like, oh, yeah, he's considered pardoning the people from January 6th, i.e., his most loyal and devoted fans, right? Yeah, I would hope. I mean, that makes him look good, effectively, right? He's like paying back his supporters, is what that looks like. I mean, again, you don't have to say this. You can just not say anything about it at all. You can just stop talking about January 6th and don't talk about it again until forever, right? Like, you don't have to do that. Um, it's just this the conventional wisdom is just permeates everything, and it's like it's not actually true. It's just they've been able to sort of like manage the expectations in such a way that it seems true, you know.
Intent to jail journalists, political opponents,
Again,
and
you're not getting a lot of sympathy for, oh, these guys wanted to lock the fake news media, like these elitist, like um hoity-toity mm, 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 minister. No, yeah, I mean, I don't. No, I think I, I just said it. I think these last few weeks has been her negotiating with the donors, right? She put it out there with walls and sort of like some staffing choices and all that she might do some progressive stuff. And then the donors probably called her freaking out. Like you saw that guy freaked out on TV at the thought that they might keep Lena Khan in her job. That guy was fucking sweating bullets thinking about that. Like, um, mm, she says what is statistically popular. I don't think that's true. I think she says what can be convinced is acceptable. Because Democrats, they don't they go if she tells them what to think, they'll think it. You know, I think is pretty clear. These people, you can't criticize them at all, according to these people. These blue MAGA types. Like for months and months, they've been defending Joe Biden to the hilt. Like, oh, he's fine. Don't you're just that's just a stutter. Oh, that's just Putler's talking points. Whatever the fuck they've been saying, just absurd gaslighting the entire world to such an extreme degree. Um, every single day, day in, day out, none of them would ever even admit anything at all. Not a goddamn thing. And then, whoa, what do you know? Oh, whoa, thank God he's out of there. He's old as fuck. Like it's just, they are going to defend their party at all costs. They're terrified of Trump, and the polarization is so severe that they don't. These committed partisans, like especially the people who are in the crowd who have registered Democrats and all. I mean, I think they are, yeah, they believe what she tells them to believe. um, Assigned with protecting herself, her colleagues, and donors from legal exposure for their role in this genocide. Yeah, so that's going to be her priority, right? Like I think that's fair to say that that's what she's going to do, right? Which sounds horrific to me. I think that's going to result is just more weapons, like it's going to, surge weapons or whatever she'll come up with, or maybe she just won't say anything. Which again, I think is preferable from her point of view, right? Let the Republicans attack you for not telling the world about it. Right? Just don't don't go out there and lie in a blatant way that is pretty fucking obvious. Um, wow, I think that. I mean, I guess you're right. It doesn't have to be that she's still supporting it like wholeheartedly. so much as like she wants to find a way to wind it down so that she doesn't get on trial at the Hague, you know? Um yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Um I mean, I think they should all be in a fucking cell, like literally every single person in both governments, right? Um I don't see any way long term for them. Some of them are going to have to pay somehow because that's not, it's all fucking caught in 4K. Everybody sees it right there. There's so much evidence. It's never seen anything with this much evidence, right? I don't see how they're going to be able to somehow brush all that under the rug. Just, it's so many of them, right? Again, in both countries, there's so much documentation of people in the highest levels of the governments, in the specific agencies that are working with these types of groups. Like the people responsible for this action are saying, hey, we're responsible for this action, so we're going to do it in such a way that it kills as many of them as possible. You know, like it's the gaslighting I think is so over the top, um insulting. It's insulting. um that he fucking comes to Congress and says that shit, right? Like just blatantly lies, and these scumbag politicians are clapping like seals. Yeah, I don't think mm, yeah, no, man. I mean, I guess I'm about done with this. You don't want to keep watching? I mean, he hasn't even gotten to the most egregious stuff yet. Mm. Yeah, that's why they don't like Trump. You know, he's an unreliable steward of empire. You know, she's exactly what they want, right? I just think their role in the world, you know, their the fundamental core of their of the these institutions, you know, presidency, the think tanks, Congress, them all um they're it's bad. Everything they do is bad, you know. I think you should be rooting for them to fail, but it's like they don't fail, right? That's not what ends up happening. Is they fail, and then all of their allies agree to just act like they didn't fail, and then they get promoted, you know, or they give more power. Um, yeah, it's just those guys. Like Obama was able to marginalize the neocons a little bit, because he had his own people to put in all these jobs, and then Biden didn't have anybody like that. I think she has some people, so she should be able to staff pretty good, which is I think probably a little bit better. I don't know, man. I texted him earlier and he didn't respond. I said, "Yikes!" No response. Oh man. Um. Yeah. I think it's going to be whoever has the donor support is going to call the shots as usual. You know. So if she manages to keep the donors on board with her, and I think yeah, we're in for another. I don't know. I'd say several years of brutality every single day, and I mean they just are they're only looking as far as the election. They're not. They don't give a fuck about any of that. You know. I mean, but I think I mean the case is pretty clear cut. I think for all of them, right? I think it's very difficult for them to say they had no notice of what was going on there after the South Africa complaint is read. You know, it's like that is so thorough and so extensive, and I guess it's on a level unlike any other kind of documentation I've ever seen, certainly in, recent years. We've never had this much. Just again, it's the people responsible in question, saying, hey, I'm going to do X atrocity as part of a larger plan to eradicate the Palestinians or severely fucking, take a big chunk out of their number or whatever. They're saying it everywhere. And for someone like her to be like, oh, I didn't know. Like fucking the president, like the very first weekend, he said like there's no distinction between soldiers and civilians. Like he literally fucking said it. He had like a 1 minute address to the American people, and he somehow couldn't keep himself from saying that. Right? Like it was like the October 9th or something, right? It was like right in the beginning. He has this address, and he straight up just said, I couldn't believe he said it. I thought it was like he misspoke or something. Um, yeah, I just think she's lucky because I think Trump was like pretty close to topped off, right? I don't know. People know who Trump is by this point. Like they're not. I think you either love him for some bizarre reason or you think he's a douchebag. You know. Um, I just don't get. Um, I don't get it. Like I get like someone being like scammy and a con man, but you're scammy con man. I understand that, right? But I feel like there's a certain level there where, which again I think is also a similar phenomenon with BB, is like I understand being evil and doing this evil shit to further your evil agenda, right? Sure, I get it, but you need to do that. Like that was the lesson of World War II. We can kill as many people as capital needs us to kill, but we got to do it on DL. Can't let everybody see us doing it. And I don't know where the fuck that went because they were really careful for a long time. Like I, none of their other crimes were like this, here or there. Like if this shit was going on in Iraq, we didn't see it, you know. And the soldiers all seemed to stick to the story that it was pretty. This kind of thing was pretty rare, you know. Which again, I think speaks to the fucking programming these people have. It's like they're you know, Manchurian candidates or whatever. Um, So there was no special guest. Uh, yeah, again, completely self-inflicted too. She didn't have to do that. Why didn't she just again make an Obama type speech, right? Lie. What like I don't know. I think in the past it wasn't so much a lie because I think they, part of them had convinced themselves. Maybe not Obama, but a lot of the other people at the time. Um, and she just can't bring herself to say it. I guess it's too extreme of a lie. Oh man, it's like, oh yeah, no, they're not doing a genocide. At no point have they been, ruthlessly slaughtering children. Again, um, this is out of date, but look, um, I need my dead babies files. Um, okay, huh, that's weird. Can't find my dead baby files. Anyway, it's like a chart that has all the other wars ever, and then there's just like a barely visible speck, and then Gaza, and it's just like 800% scaled or whatever.
Anyone he sees as the enemy. his explicit intent to
All right, let's
deploy
watch the
our
Channel 5
active
thing.
duty military against our own citizens.
Okay, all right.
Consider,
That was the best thing she
consider
said.
the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
What? It's not. No.
Just imagine.
The policy has always been, the assumption has always been that the president is immune from prosecution while they're in office, right? Um, the Democrats are just mad because it's like they have these chicken shit charges that are like, you know, are I think like a lot of people who would, not be Trump supporters, I think side with him there, and they think that like, this is not you should have just let him off, right? Um, and it's gonna hurt them because Trump is he's like, I mean, they've been doing it all over the country, is suing to try to get other people off the ballot, like to get whatever advantage they can through the electoral system. Um, in 2020, remember they had those fake candidates. Like in Georgia, I remember a couple other states too, but they had like they were trying to get a majority in the state house, and they had like shitty centrist type candidates running all over the state, and people were obviously not happy about it because this was right when people were organizing for Bernie, and there's a lot of young people who were really active. Um, and then dude, her speech was so bad. Um, no, they're not that different policy wise, but they certainly brand themselves differently, right? Which is how Obama won the primary in 2008, right? He successfully ran to her left. That's like, he like ran as like an anti-war, anti-banks, pro like in bailouts for the workers, like all again, he ran on all of the good takes, like progressive, like the most progressive take anywhere out there, and the Democrats at least at that time. And Hillary looked like a warmonger. She is, right? She has a hard time like avoiding it. But again, I thought we all understood that that was unpopular. That everybody saw that, and it was like uh, you can't like they just think it's like 'cause I don't know. I think they want to have their base accepting whatever military engagement they tell them, you know, blindly. Like that's what they want, right? They want to have the freedom to intervene anywhere they want, anywhere over the world, whatever is, going to be the most profitable. And like that's literally what they would do too, is like algorithmically determine like the most specifically profitable way.
Donald Trump with no
Donald Trump.
guardrails.
That's what I
And
mean. This does
how
not go over
he
with
would use the immense
non-Democrats.
powers of the presidency of the United States. Not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client
Yeah, she
he
looks
has
pretty good
ever
though.
had, himself.
She looks like what's her name? Back
And
in
we know what a second second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025,
Oh my
written
God,
by his
dude, stop
closest
talking about.
advisors,
Oh,
and its sum total is to pull our country back to the
yeah.
past. But America,
Ugh,
we are not going back.
oh my God,
We are not going
what
back.
are you talking about?
We
What?
are not going back.
We're already back, man. Like what? Look, this is the worst I've ever seen from this country in my lifetime. So what do you mean going back? This is just every single day is like a new worst day ever for America. Like it's just it, between that and Ukraine and whatever the fuck else they're doing, again, this is not normal. You're not supposed to be like have a daily fucking death kill right like ticker. You know, that's really bad actually. And that's not even counting like the internally displaced people like homeboy said yesterday, right? The fucking homeless or the refugees in the class war. um that's why they're so interested in criminalizing them all over the country, like finding new and clever ways to like insidiously punish unhoused, like who are in their situation. I don't know, everybody's details are different, but I would say one thing's probably pretty consistent. That none of these I don't know, well, maybe I don't know, maybe it didn't Gruesome Gavin do something past like statewide renter protections? I know a couple states did actually, but everywhere else, these apartment owners are colluding not only to like the set the prices for the purchase of the buildings, but like figuring out the rent to charge you, right? If you hear about the way that they do this, right? Because it's only like six big developers own like the bulk of the apartment units. Um, they have everything fucking put into a computer, and then the computer looks at all the rent prices because the other landlords share their info too. So you just make like a spreadsheet of the various rent prices, and you can figure out exactly what they can bear. They go, okay, if you raised it to $1,500 a month, then this guy could still afford it. I think that they did ban recently, though, right? The variable pricing or whatever, where it like checks your bank account and then and then um after it checks your bank account, then it sets the price. You know, like I said, they they tell you that capitalism is the most efficient system growing up. And it is the most efficient system, but it's the most efficient system at accumulating wealth for the ruling class, like extracting workers' wealth and giving it to the richest people in the world. It's incredibly efficient at doing that. Mm, Oops, wait, fell behind. Um,
We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried
um,
to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
I don't know what the fuck. It's hard for me to say what their position is vis-a-vis Israel because they seem to be doing really dumb shit. Um, before and now. So I've been under the impression that it's just the money's too good. They can't say no. They have to just, you know, not just the money from the donors, but also the money from the continued war machine, right? That's why they won't cut off the weapons deliveries, like, because it's a huge fucking revenue stream, right? Um, One of their last, stable, like, good ones, I guess. Not that they make good products, but that they are, seem to be a stable company. Again, like I keep saying, There was a little hiccup in the market a few weeks ago, and everybody sold their regular stock and bought Lockheed stock. Um, Pretty incredible to see. It's like you could see all the money coming out of the other stocks and just piling up on that one.
when insurance
Kamala,
companies
Kamala.
could deny people with pre-existing conditions.
Oh, come
We are
on.
not
You're not running
going
on
to let him
pre-existing
eliminate the
conditions.
Department of Education that
Come
funds
on.
our public schools.
Oh,
We are
but,
not
oh
going
my
to let
God.
him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for
But,
our children. America, we are not
oh
going
my
back.
God. You have to say what you're going to do differently. Why that's better.
And
Don't tell me about him. Tell me
we
about you.
are charting, and we are charting a new
Hmm.
way forward. Forward
Yeah.
to a
Again,
future
I don't see how that's
with a
legal. It's
strong and
nuts.
growing
Like,
middle class,
it
because
should
we
be
know a
low-hanging
strong
fruit
middle class
for
has
any
hope.
prosecutor. Fucking Kamala, Kamala. You're a fucking big prosecutor, lady. You're like the, top cop. This is such a blatant case for you to not even comment on. Like, I don't know. I think she should have leaned into the lawyer thing and done some sort of signature policy like the Supreme Court, right? That could really go for one of those. Like, she needs to pitch like reforming the Supreme Court. I think that would be great. Um, People hate the Supreme Court. We just saw that survey earlier. It's like 70 something percent of the country is very critical of them. Um, it's really high. So do that. That would be great. Um, or it's like, we hear rumors and that's what she wants, right? Like she wants people to hear like, oh, like she's talking to so and so about such and such. Right? Like she's talking to Bernie's people about this particular subsidy. And she wants people to just hear the rumors and think that that is as good as a done deal. Yeah. Increased prosecution of misdemeanors and extreme leniency on corporate interest, which again she's retconned, right? The way she talks about it, she was a stalwart for workers and defended everybody and protected them from their employers, which is, I mean, as much as such as possible, the opposite of true. Hmm. All right, you know what to call it? I mean, again, it's only going to get worse from here. Like it's, um, I forget where the Palestine part is, but it's again, it's so bad. And again, I think intentional the way it was incorporated. Mm. Yeah, I heard she didn't ever actually lock up too many mothers, maybe just like a handful. I don't know if that's true, but that was supposedly the debunk was that like that was the plan to lock up mothers of truants, but in actuality, it didn't actually happen for some reason. Um, she just wanted to get one in there to scare him anyway. 14-word dog whistle. Yeah, I mean, look, she just really cares about the future. She, you know, for the children, some of the children anyway. A couple of them, a handful of them. Oh, did you see this shit? Check this out.
Always
Hold
been
on.
critical
Look,
to
look.
America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my
Oh my
presidency.
God, Biden said the same thing. Bottom up and the middle out, Jack. Really ran on it, and now everybody got fucked. Like inflation to eat any wage growth in the last 10 years worth of wage growth, and you're trying to tell us how mean Trump is. It's fucking sucks. Again, don't baffling decision that they did this, that they went this route. Like, hmm. Yeah, she locked him up in general. I mean, talking about specifically the truant mothers thing. You locked up truant mothers. Um, yeah, people were all into trying like weird little barbarities in the early aughts, late 90s. That was when like that Bill Gates money was getting like he invested like billions of dollars into the schools in Washington State, trying to the Holy Grail is like all these guys have been trying for years to get like a sort of a e-learning standard, like a textbook program or whatever that can be, you know, severely diminish the drop off, because we all remember, right? The kids don't do as good when they're not in school, right? It's really hard to avoid that, and these guys desperately. Bill Gates, like he spent like a decade there, I think, a long ass time, just funding different um education and initiatives like charter school type deals to try to find like a killer app, right? And they wanted to get like some shit they could sell to public school districts all over the country. And I think they failed. And then 2020 happened, so it's probably the research is moot at this point.
And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the
Our school's
opportunities
fine.
that were available
We have the teachers union.
and to be grateful for
They
them.
take care of the kids.
Because
Plus, I'm on the
as
school
she
board.
taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's
They ain't
why
fucking
we
around.
will create what I call an
got
opportunity economy.
Gusano
An
ass principal.
opportunity economy where
Fucking Principal Ephraim is like he's a fucking Gusano, and he's like such a stereotype, man. He's like all into like capitalism and shit. He's always talking about like entrepreneurial skills, and he's trying to like teach the kids to be entrepreneurs. And I'm always telling him to fucking slow his roll, right? Like let them do whatever they want, don't push that shit on them. I mean, the kids did have fun, I think. It was like they did like a little winter shop thing, but like they could have done the winter shop thing and not presented it as like you know free market capitalism run amok, like you know ease them into it. Mm. What data? What? Mm. Yeah, I mean, I would be like, I think we would be better off having truant officers who go to the house and pick the kid up and take him to school, right? I don't think locking the mom up is a good idea, because then they miss work. Look at this shit, dude.
Think Kamala Harris is back. Meet Tim Walz, the Manchurian candidate. Walz got married on the Tiananmen Square anniversary and visited China 30 times, including his honeymoon. Walz is a pro-China stooge who'll undermine our national sovereignty, weaken our defenses, and keep our borders open while cheap Chinese goods keep flooding the market. The choice is clear. Trump-Vance puts America first, and Harris-Walz,
this is the
China
best ad they've
first.
had
Now,
so
Freedom
far.
Action is responsible for the contents of this ad. Think
Again,
Kamala
literally,
Harris is back.
this is the best Republican ad I've seen in years. This shit fucking goes hard, dude. Wow. No. Uh, wow. Hmm. Wow. I guess this is like I guess this is like a this is like a fake right wing pack. Um, no way. No way Trump would be dumb. Shit. Huh. Well, I mean, that's how I want to make the distinction. These random chuckle fucks at House Freedom Action would make that mistake, but not Trump. Trump, he's too sophisticated to fall for that. Dude, this is the best. This is the best I've seen in years. Um, seen in years. Okay, shit rules. I mean, all of it is great. It's so good. Yeah. You do. I mean, let's watch it again.
Me.
It's like they usually put the like the racist filters on to like make them look worse. I mean, I guess she's got like a little bit Chinese on here, but it's like she looks hotter than usual. She looks like like a black exploitation film or something, right? Like a 70s, like I'm gonna get you sucker type deal. Um, like Foxy Cleopatra. Hmm. Tim Wall looks like shit though. Yeah.
Meet Tim Walz, the Manchurian candidate. Walz got married on the
Like the timing of it is so good too. It's just it's so many of these fucking Twitter packs. They have like um it's a shoddy quality. It's just like it just gives the late night um you know desperate infomercial vibes. This is like they have somebody who like knows how to work the filter on Instagram or something, like it's got like the regular someone who has a basic competency and like how to make a video and clip it together and all. It's like I mean like the Zoomer Republicans can do that, but it's like, you know, usually the grown-ups like don't know how to do that. It, got married on the anniversary of Tiananmen Square. What? I mean that's so goofy. Mm, mm. I mean,
Tiananmen Square
okay, there's
anniversary
kind
and
of
visited China 30
oh,
times, including his honeymoon. Walz is a pro-China stooge who'll undermine
I'm
our
a
national
pro-China
sovereignty,
stooge.
weaken our defenses, and keep our borders open while cheap Chinese goods keep flooding the market. The choice is clear. Trump Vance puts America first, and Harris Walz China first. House Freedom Action is responsible for the contents.
Yeah. Dude. Do. Fake right wing pack. House Freedom Action. Vote straight Republican from top to bottom. Oh yeah? Don't tell me what to do. I'm a Republican, so I'm anti-authority. You know, like all Republicans are. It's like Republicans are like the real punk rock now. You know. Mm. I am. I'm explicitly a stooge. You know, like whatever is gonna help. You know, look, gotta build global communism. Like, didn't you know? Well, that they can come here. You know, like we don't have to go there. You know, like take like I don't know, next 20 years and like help a bunch of the BRICS countries get going and whoever else their neighbors. By the time that they're like you know would be ready for something like that, we're just
America first. And
they
Harris
showed him with
Walls,
the
China
band-aid on his
first.
ear.
House Freedom Action is responsible for the contents of
I
this
also
ad.
put China
Think
first
Kamala
though,
Harris
so
is
I'm okay with this. Um, yeah. Wait, what was that story? So he like tried to get an appointment from Trump. I mean, I think he was kind of fucked once fucking Kamala got in the race, right? That was his pitch was like Biden is decrepit. You need to pick anybody but him, which I think was pretty compelling until until he got fucking you know Rabbi Shmuley in the mix and went downhill from there. Oops. Anyway.
China rockets. I'd rather be mouth fucked by Nazis unconscious. Calling on bomb threats. The radio reactivated, caress. Under hellified missile defense.
See this?
Better blame it on Bay City grin. Walk with a bag full of kittens. Take me to the river and throw yourself in about 4 seconds.
Let's be
Fucking hate
serious.
this lady. Like, again, there's not people like this that vote in the electorate, right? Most of the people like this are like your friends, you know, like liberal media. It's like people you know. Other than that, there's not really like Republicans who vote for Democrats sometimes or whatever. That's not really a thing. Which again is your fault because you've driven this completely polarized dichotomy all over the world. It's not just here. It's every Western country they could get their hands on. They found something to polarize the country around. So the election is just like, oh, you're gonna vote for those baby killers? Oh, you're gonna vote for those pedos? You know, God for you would never, you know. Which again, I think is how most of these people are. They would never dream of it. They would not vote before they would vote for the Democrat, right? I mean, just because the Democrats are like such unbelievable fucking cowards. I don't think, you know, most people aren't like that.
Donald Trump and his minions call Kamala a communist. I know communism. I fled
it's not, dude.
communism from Nicaragua when I was 8 years old.
Here's where you're wrong. It was over before she gave that speech, man. Now it's fucking wide open. I can't believe she did that. That was the dumbest fucking most ill-conceived speech I've ever seen. Oh. God damn. She couldn't just play it cool and like fucking, you know, make people think she was going to be like maybe slightly more humane or conducive to following international law, right? I think is what the route that she needs to go with. Like just we're gonna have a an independent review board and blah blah blah. Like it just take it out of your hands. Be like, she fucked, man. All that shit she repeated about like the sex crimes and all too, like it just she repeated all those horrible fucking like early October takes. That just fucking sucked, man. Like I don't know why she did that. I mean, I think the most plausible explanation is like Bill Ackman was like threatening her, like he did to Harvard. He's like, I'm gonna withhold my donations if you don't fucking, do a blistering rebuke of the left. I feel like he used those exact words too, blistering rebuke.
I don't take it lightly. And let me tell you what communist dictators do. And it's never just for one day. They attack the free press. They call them the enemy of the people, like Ortega does in Nicaragua.
The shoe
They
fits.
put their unqualified
Like Ortega in
relatives
Nicaragua,
in cushy
really?
government jobs so they can get rich of
Oh
their
my
positions.
God, look who's talking,
like
dude.
the Castros do in Cuba.
Man.
And they refuse
Because
to
you are so qualified that you deserve primetime speaking at the other party's convention, to accommodate your, like, fucking multiple, like, failed, TV sitcoms. Like, you deserve that, right?
accept legitimate elections when they lose and call for violence to stay in power,
Again,
like Maduro is doing.
You hear that? Oh. Like, we looked at the list the other day of all the terror attacks that these Stop the Steal motherfuckers have done down there. It's like billions and billions of dollars worth of state-owned assets, exclusively state-owned assets. They're rioting and only damaging state-owned buildings and resources. Like it drives me fucking crazy when you see stuff like that where it's just so blatant, and yet you get these like fucking Matt Miller types. It's like, oh, that's not really what you're talking about, dude. You know, like weasel.
Doing right now in Venezuela. Now you tell me
That
something.
smattering of applause.
Do any of those things sound familiar?
Dude,
Is there anybody running for president who reminds you of that? And I know
wait, so
one
now
thing,
Trump's the
it's
communist?
not Kamala Harris. That is not the America we love. It's not the land of freedom we treasure. Last
What did you
night,
do?
we heard President Biden say that he loves his job, but he loves his country more. Every American needs to
What did he
love
do?
our country more. Every American has the duty to put our country first. Country first before party.
I just said I
Country
put China
first
first.
before political ambition. Country first before habit. And in this election, putting country first means one thing and one thing only: voting for Kamala
PSL.
Harris.
Right here over my nuts. See, that makes me want to vote for the other guy, just sight unseen, not knowing who the other guy is. That would make me want to vote for him. I'm just gotta be real with you. Just that lady sucks so bad that it's a negative endorsement, you know? It's an anti-endorsement.
I fell in love with you. We fell in love with you.
Dude, let's play this rules. Yeah, let's start at the beginning. Oh, let's watch the Channel 5 video. Come on. This shit looks good. Oh, I didn't even read Ryan's tweet. Navarro's family didn't flee communism. They fled because their father was fighting alongside the narco-trafficking U.S.-backed death squads rebelling against the legitimate government in Nicaragua. We financed the Contras illegally by selling weapons to Iran. Not her fault, she was 8 at the time, but spare us this revision. Usually you say revisionism. What? Dude. I mean, tonight convinced me that, like, Walls is going to be cucked. He's not going to be given anything. That was the thing. She spread all these rumors, like, fucking, we picked him because that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do just like he did in Minnesota. It's gonna be dope. Right? We're gonna push forward our agenda with 1-seat majority if we can get it. You know, like, all these rumors that were out there were totally intentionally fucking placed so that progressives would talk and, like, you know, convince themselves she was going to be, like, on their side or whatever. And this fucking piece of shit speech tonight, I think, is so misguided. Like, just killed that whole thing. She's just gonna have, like, this is like 40% of the, I would say 40 to 50% of voters under 50 or 45, right? Let's say 50. Yeah, almost 50% of voters under 50, I would say, are going to be extremely fucking put off by that. Like, if she somehow managed to get past with that last shit, you know, I'm speaking, right? If you were able to forgive her for that, you're not going to forgive her again. Yeah, I guess we'll get another round of, like, rumors about how she's, like, doing conspiracies with, like, you know, whoever. Oh. There's a thread. I put it in the Discord, but I can't show it. It's soldier filming just all the atrocities his unit did. Israeli Indian soldier Alicia Gangte. For some reason, I don't know if they were like, always planning on double crossing them, or if they were just dicks to her.
I grew
It's a
up on the
dude.
crime
Never
side,
mind.
the New York Times side.
Lure game. The enthusiasm was very clear, right? It was people were excited to get rid of Joe Biden. And then I think a lot of these same group of voters are, like myself, I think obsessing over all these dead babies, and it's really horrific, and people convince themselves that maybe she'd be different. I did the same thing, right? I convinced myself, like, oh, Joe Biden he's such a sicko for this shit that she couldn't possibly be that bad, right? And then the speech she gave tonight, needlessly, I don't understand who, like, what. Oh yeah, they thought you weren't gonna support them. Yeah, okay. Like, and it's just like, you, I don't get it. Yeah, people liked him. That's what I mean. What I liked about it was that I thought legitimately, it's like, it was the first time I'd seen the Democratic Party, first of all, respond to the public pressure, which was a good sign, right? Because they had been it was donor pressure, right? But, whatever. But they had been like, just the feedback between the party and the base was completely split. There was no democracy. They didn't do shit. It just, we saw what they did 2 cycles in a row and just cheated every way they could. It's like, I feel like you gotta keep in mind too, this is the Shadow app, all that stuff, that was funded from the Democratic National Committee completely out of the blue, not a thing that they do or had done. Hundreds of millions of the party's limited dollars to develop this app explicitly so they could fuck Bernie. Or, if for some miracle, Warren. What? You mean endorsing Trump tomorrow? I mean, what? I evaluate people on their policy positions. Like, it's like, I'm gonna see, if, like, he's got a lot of really good takes on the regulatory capture, which I think is a huge issue. Which, it would have been the difference between having a candidate with 100 bad takes or somebody with like 99 bad takes. But the thing with his support for the Zionists was like, it makes it so that I can't trust him. Like, I can't, I can't like, I don't know how they're telling the truth if they are willing to tell such blatant lies. It's like, I don't know what the fuck their eyes are, there's no way you can look at it and be like, oh, this is totally above board, You're lying. So I don't, don't trust you. Yeah, seriously, dude. Right? Man, we gotta be... I don't know, man. It's like... Not that Kambala would be into it, but the Democrats, like, the base of the party, you should do like Cenk Uygur does and try to do one of those money out of politics things. something. People could get behind something like that, right? You could probably get people all across the spectrum too, man. I don't know if you found some way to, like, you know. It's just like if we withheld our votes, they would just say, okay, fine. When, you know, these 9 people voted for me, I win. You mean donors are the only ones that matter? Yeah, she doesn't have to do every single thing they say. Like I said, I think the last couple weeks was her negotiating with the donors. I honestly think that. I think she was pretending that she might be progressive to get the donors fucking scared, falling in line. And it looked like it worked gangbusters, man. She raised like record amounts of money. Right? Just don't fall out the sky, you know. Special guest should have been Ye. That would have been sick.
No, you're not getting any further than that.
You're not getting any further. This
Sergeant
douchebag,
just
man.
gave you an order behind that tree.
Why is this your beat, man? This isn't your job. Get the fuck out of there. Yeah, see?
Not to move any further than right here, off the sidewalk.
These guys are like off the fucking leash.
By the way.
I wonder if they there's like bribes, like wasn't the story from UCLA that they had put like a head like it was like you know, you could document your hits or whatever. There was some fucking thing, scorekeeping they were doing, some way to gauge whether they had been successfully. They had to like take him out, hit him in the ankle or something. I forget what it was, but there was bounties on the protesters at I remember, was that USC? It was one of the two. I think it might have been USC. Yeah, that I like this verse.
God damn, it must be 2 sides. 40s on the double R, I'm floating like a cruise line. Bitches wanna fuck me, then trap me, and then fuck me over. She crying tears and then Maybach and not the Toyota. Once it's over, then she dead and me get that hoe a memorial. Suck my dick for the interview, a editorial. Put you on the track, how you working like I appointed you. Know how you gon' go blocking your blessing when I anointed you. Beautiful big titty, but naked bitches.
All the sexual violence they committed. Can you imagine saying that about Hamas when there's all this shit going on in Israel right now? Like, if it wasn't the right to rape protest, there's just the very, very, very well documented instances of mass systemic sexual violence against Palestinian detainees, and she has to say that shit about all the Hamas perverts. Fucking, why did she have to do that, man? Why not just like don't go down that road, right? You know, just like you say these things and it's like you're just losing tens of thousands of voters, like. Because it just tells me personally that, like, if she's willing to repeat that bullshit, she's willing to say anything, you know? At this late date, repeating those lies is like. Did she attack? I don't know. I didn't see. I just saw that clip. I'm sure she has. She's so bad, dude. Let's see if these guys. She's like a bad take machine. Sure. Hmm. I don't know. Um, I don't know. Maybe he's right. I mean, I don't think it's wishful thinking. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could make the argument that, like, you know, they're gonna serve, they're going to, you know, do policies that have materially affect their lives, and then they're going to, like, verbally glaze the Israelis. Maybe that would be cool. You know, but I don't know. I don't think they have that kind of track record where people can trust them. They need that acting cash. Mm. Dude. Yeah, the whole thing with Biden just makes you guys look so dishonest, too. Because, I mean, you were a little different, but most of these motherfuckers were telling everybody Biden was fine. And then immediately the next day they were like, oh God, thank God, that guy is not fine at all. You know? It was like overnight. Yeah, but why can't she be like Obama? Right? And just try to, like, avoid fucking saying those, you know. You don't have something nice to say, don't say it at all. Right? Just don't fucking talk about it. And if you're gonna talk about it like that, just saying for your sake, for her sake, you know. Pro tip. He has a stutter. He has a stutter. He has a stutter. No. Like, I understand the Israeli issue is not going to change, right? But they need to manage it better because other presidents have been able to do that, right? Which again is like, I think, I mean, it looks to me like there's a concerted policy to make Biden look bad, make the Democrats look bad, right? Um, so does Kamala want to continue down that road, or did she want to assert herself a little bit um, in public and negotiate behind closed doors or whatever the fuck, right? Just think it makes the Democrats look pathetic. Does not make them look decisive or, like they're gonna like defend the country or anything like that. It just, yeah. I think it looks horrible that you're lying for, your friend, like your homies, again, the most brutal ethnic cleansing in, at least in living memory, I'd say, right? Or maybe not living memory, but it's up there. Um, we'll see one day, but it's happening live before our eyes of these fucking people that, like, it's like just like watching them disappear is horrific. Um, I think it's like I think if you've been following this, you see how it's very powerful, and they're saying that shit is just like needlessly provocative and not. There's no payoff. There's no like. There's not. Aside from this handful of like sicko donors, and there's not like a It's not going to gain you any points with them really, as much as it is just going to lose you points. Which again is this that perfectly encapsulates all of their strategies. Is they claim to be going after these centrists, and it gives them an excuse to, you know, put forth a like the Republican platform, and then um like work with them to pass like neoliberal, like austere neoliberal like privatization schemes and not good, you know, not the kind of stuff we want, and then brag about it. How you just like pass the Republicans' infrastructure bill, so you get to be the one who goes on the record for like they're wasting all this goddamn money, and they get to take credit for it. But these people, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a combination of factors, but I think you know, money's a big one. Which, is money laundering. That's like, know, we send the aid money and then they send like some percentage of it back in campaign contributions. And I think they like negotiate that shit in advance too, by the way. Um, all right. Let's wait. Oh, did I finish that video? Prison Mike.
Get back over there. He told you to be back over here, but he gave an order. You're to be back over here with the rest of the media. You're to be back over here with the rest of the media. Move back. Move back. Move back over there.
And the thing is, it's like, it's not as simple as just like protecting UN or protecting them at the UN and giving them weapons and all. They are actively trying to pursue like the uh, whatever you'd call this against Iran, which I don't like the looks of, and they keep aggressively like misrepresenting the relationship between Iran and all the other axis of resistance groups, which I don't know why they would be doing that if not to develop a casus belli for a massive conflict. And I don't trust them to not use nukes, among other things. Like, um, and I think like it'll pretty much guarantee that we'll have to get involved, right? Like, if they go to fucking war with Iran, there's no way that we're gonna stay out of it. No chance. So, um, if I was in charge of the world's superpower, right, I would tell them, um, hey, hey, you guys don't do this. Don't, whatever the fuck you're doing with Iran, cut it out. Stop provoking them. We're not getting involved. Um, it's just that like the Israelis know that our people make bank off of it, and they want to continue to do so, right? So like they have an incentive to look the other way and push it through. Mm. Collapse from the military or the government was happening in Bangladesh. Uh, I mean, an officer coup, like we've seen in Africa recently, and a couple times historically, right? That's probably one of our better outcomes. Honestly, like, sure, it could be a psychotic fascist, but like, the chance that it's just like a normal person who's not just like an avatar of corruption, like one of the most corrupt people ever. Um, that would be a huge improvement. Like I always say, it's like our government's bad not because they're too dumb to like know which is the right policy. right? They're bad because they are actively picking the wrong policy because their interests are opposed to ours. You know, like if they had all the power in the world, they would still do the opposite of what you wanted them to do because their interests are not aligned with yours and they don't represent you. They represent their donors. Um, which GPD? Yeah, you got hyped for that Hillary speech, I bet. Did she threaten Putler? I didn't see Hillary's speech. I mean, I saw like a minute of it.
Right here. We got lawyers all over. Yeah, with press. You're staying right here. Is that an order or an Yeah, just an order. Or is it a violation of the First Amendment? What is the First Amendment, sir? Do you have comments? Yeah,
Shut up, man.
You can't go any further. Right here. As far as you go. Why can't the press go?
I mean, you know me, I fucking hate the cops, but I mean, I don't really. Seems like this one guy's being an aggressive dick. Like I tell the kids, I treat, that uh, you should approach cops like wild animals. Like rabid dogs. Like you gotta stay back. Avoid them as frequently as you can. At all costs, avoid them. They will give you rabies. Um, so I don't like that extends to, like mouthing off to cops. I don't I don't advise that. Um yeah. I'm not licensed as practice law. I failed the bar exam, but for what it's worth, don't don't just don't say anything, right? Uh, and they'll let you go most of the time. Once they are convinced that you're like not going to talk, they'll just let you go. 'Cause their whole strategy is to like fucking intimidate you into like giving them something usable. If you can not say anything, you're fine. Shut the fuck up. Infamously. This fucking thing, dude. Gross domestic product. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. That's the thing. We have this exorbitant privilege, right? What did I say? Privilege. Like they have free lunch, right? They get like the way like all the money shakes out is like we're the one country where it's like profitable for us to go to war, right? Everyone else takes huge L's, and for America, it's like fucking gold mine, which I would say is something that like you can, in fact, despite what you may think, you can legislate to not have that happen. I think we need to do that. We need to take the profit motive completely out of war. Like, um, it'll be better. Like, it'll be more efficient, more effective. And then we can't let these sickos in charge go to war for money because they're not going to fight and die. They're not going to go over there. It's going to be our kids, fucking, like, our families, so that you can make your fucking quarterly bonus or whatever. It's just not worth it. No one wants to do that shit. Send the fucking cops over, Yeah, right? Send the fucking cops over to war if you want to go to war with Iran. None of us want to do it, motherfucker. God, imagine. I would never in a million years. Even when we lose, we win, right? No. We always lose. That's the thing, because it doesn't matter. It's just, I don't know. I'm not really sure, like, what is going to stop the gravy train. Um, I think the rich people still all have their money in dollars, so it looks like we're safe for the time being. Yeah. Hold up for this chat. Place your name with theirs in the link if they've chatted you. Oh yeah. Okay, finally, let's do it.
Everything that they talk about is about money, 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 but they
Fuck
release
money.
no resources into the communities. We
Fuck
can't
money.
breathe when we have poor
See?
people who are put outside
Like
of
this
their
guy
homes,
said.
who don't have resources, who don't have access to health care or anything like that. I can't breathe because of that. I can't breathe when they're using my taxpaying dollars to fund the one that I don't agree with. We got the Miss Jill
It's
Stein
not just
here
that you don't
that's got a
agree with
policy,
it, though.
that's got a program,
You know?
that's got actual
Like,
things that she's going to be able to implement as president.
My
this
name is
is not
Jill
like
Stein.
a,
I
you
am the
know,
Green Party candidate for president.
like, oh, I'm just being moral high horse or whatever. No, it's, again, the most horrific shit anybody's seen in a long time. Every single day, there's just like fucking dozens more little fucking babies pulled out of the rubble. It's not gonna, like, I mean, I just don't see how that'll ever become anything but the most horrific thing ever. It's like,
And I'm here to lift up the
come on,
voices of the
Jill.
people. This is the real convention. It's not just Donald Trump.
She needs to
who
drop
is
out
a
and
threat
stop
to our
splitting
democracy,
Claudia's
who is a
vote.
fascist threat. It is the Democratic Party as well. Trump interferes typically after the election, and Democrats typically interfere in advance of the election. Some people say that, oh, but the Democrats are the solution to fascism. They're actually not. They are the cause. And let me
They're
tell you how
actually
that
not.
is. Because you had Bill Clinton implementing NAFTA, which sent lots of jobs overseas. You had Barack Obama, who was passing the Wall Street bailouts, which bailed out Wall Street to the tune of trillions of dollars, while ordinary homeowners got thrown out of their homes. The long and short of it is that about 30 million people have lost their jobs over the last 30 years. Lots of it due to Democratic policies.
We must be stronger, more determined, and more committed to saving America.
That
Fighting
is what
China.
drives the surge to the right, when people are insecure and then they're goaded into demonizing others, and it becomes a game of divide and conquer.
Here in America, we only have Americans. We don't need to be a country dominated by foreign illegal immigrants.
Sorry, I don't want you here.
And you're demonizing immigrants, which is a lot of, what the right wing typically does. Democrats are driving those policies. Furthermore, it's the Democrats who are funding the most extreme
Like I said.
Republicans.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
America great again.
This may sound kind of crazy. It actually is very crazy. You may have heard of the Pied Piper strategy, which was how Donald Trump was lifted up by the Hillary Clinton press contacts, who lifted up Trump thinking that he would be the easiest Republican to beat because he was the most extreme. But actually,
I never finished my story earlier. I guess I'll finish it afterwards.
he wasn't. But meanwhile, they put a lot of money into him. In 2022, they're still using that game plan, and they spent in 2022 in the midterms $50 million funding the most extremist Republican candidates for Senate and Congress.
What at first glance looks like a typical campaign message for a Republican primary candidate is actually an ad paid for by Democrats.
Democrats serve as responsible for the content of this ad.
It's part of a national strategy. Official Democratic campaign arms and outside groups are pumping millions of dollars into Republican contests in at least 7 states, betting that Trump-faithful, election-denying candidates will be less competitive in November.
So they help launch the careers of very extreme Republicans because they'll be easier to beat in the general, but in the meantime, they launch the political careers of real extremists. So in my view, it's a pox on both of their houses. Neither of them are going to fix this for us. They're both working for Wall Street and the war machine, and they are both a threat to our democracy.
Yeah,
so
we need to set up like an alternative, parallel system.
How could you say that the Democrats are the lesser evil when they are conducting the genocide right now?
Exactly.
They are slaughtering 200,000 women
I can't
and
look
children
past that, man.
in
I can't
particular,
do it.
and elders in Gaza right now. With Trump, it's a hypothetical. With Biden-Harris, it's not hypothetical. It's actually happening now.
Uh-oh, the ghetto bird's out. You know what that means. Channel 5, election season 2024, Democratic National Convention. As you can see, this brick building right here is not an ordinary brick building. This is the other side of the United Center. The Chicago Bulls play there sometimes, but tonight, a different game is being played in there, and that's the game of two-party electoral politics. Now, my main man, Eighth Card Saddam, is at a nearby park with the Palestinians and
They should call it
Palestinian
Polytrix.
supporters, speaking to them.
We feel betrayed by the Democratic machine. A lot of the Muslim Palestinian community voted Democrat.
We send a $3.5 billion of weapons, 2,500 pounds of dumb bombs.
Workers of the world unite. We have nothing to lose but our change.
It's gonna
the
get
world to
funny.
win. Join the Revolutionary Communists International wherever you are. And
Wait a
watch
minute.
Channel 5.
I'm about to go about 2.5 miles away from the Democratic National Convention to a park called Humboldt
Didn't we already
Park
see
to
that
visit
guy
an
talk?
organization called the Poor People's Army. I don't know if you ever heard of the Poor People's Army, but apparently they're poor, they have an army, and they're meeting in Humboldt Park. So we're gonna go tap in and see what's going on.
We are here to live amongst one another because it's our calling here on earth. We're all placed here. Nobody was forced here. We were all put here. So what we're going to do is we're going to live together. We're going to ask for the war to stop in Palestine. The violence that's plaguing the streets right now is contaminating our whole nation. We want to see a ceasefire here in Chicago.
It looks like the kid.
I can breathe with Jill Stein. Say I can breathe.
What was that season of The Wire? What's his name? What was that one kid's name? You know what I'm talking about? He looks like that kid. Oh God, what the fuck was his name? Oh, it is? Oh, so this is part one? Okay. Okay. Wait a minute, what am I looking for? They're doing it. Yeah, America doesn't need saving. Exactly. It's funny that, like, if America always pitched itself to its voters as a, oh, we're not like the European imperialists. We're just gonna outcompete, and we're just gonna do fuck capitalism. We're gonna be super sick at it, and like we're gonna own the Europeans with our superior, get up and go or whatever. And that was the opposite, right? They were just as actually, by this point, like the European colonialism was dying out, right? And America was just getting ramped up, but yet they still continued to convince themselves for decades that they actually weren't imperialists. They were super chill, and like everybody just like wanted to do business with us when we coerced them into it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did. This one's specifically about the Poor People's Park. Oh, Randy, that's his name. Randy. Yeah, look. Speaking of, I saw Sean what's his name? Sean McCarthy tweeted to a super cringe David Simon take. Oh my god. It was so bad. He was like attacking this guy because he compared it to like the Irish struggle for revolution, and he's like, "Oh, you dumb fuck, that's nothing like it at all, blah blah blah." And then again, it's like when they are overwhelmingly advantaged, they have to like try to like I don't even call it moving the goalpost. It's like repositioning them in like a different section of the field, right? Yeah, whatever else. David Simon is the worst. This kid. Randy Wagstaff is fucking, what's his name's kid? Wee-Base kid. What happened to Randy after the show ended? Really? Sequel? Okay. He went to work at Foot Locker, didn't he?
And the criminals of
Yeah, wait a minute. At the end of The Wire, they saw him, right? Or no? Yeah, he got a job with Boot, right? Boot was working at Foot Locker, and I thought Randy got a job. Or was that the other kid? Kid with the long hair. No, one of the kids got a job at Foot Locker at the end of the show.
Baltimore, Maryland, with the efforts of the street
Baltimore,
gangsters to plow
Maryland.
their trade, and the police looking to stop them in their
Baltimore,
tracks.
Maryland.
There are numerous plot threads and storylines, but one of the overarching threads over the course of the first 3 seasons is that of the Barksdale crew, led by Avon Barksdale and Stringer Bell. By the end of season 3, Stringer is dead and Avon heads back to prison. Each season of The Wire adds another layer to explore, with the 4th season, widely considered to be the best, tackling the broken education system. In doing so, we are introduced to a new group of characters, schoolchildren like Michael, Dookie, Namond, and Randy.
Amsterdam
These
season.
kids are products of the environment they have
This
grown
guy,
up in.
who is
They
this
have
guy?
their
Sinner
issues,
Rancher?
But ultimately, each is a good, lovable child. It's
Dude, this-
heartbreaking then to see where each child ends up.
Nah.
Michael, for example, entering a life of crime after he had to go to gangsters to get rid of his abusive stepfather. Or Dookie, unable to find a place for himself in
Or
the
Dookie.
streets or the legitimate world and ending up as a drug user. Only Namond has a happy ending, which says a lot about his circumstances.
Yeah,
But
the
that's a
rich
video
kid
for
ends
another
up
day.
happy.
So don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to
Shocker.
stay up to date with future videos.
I'm shocked the rich
There is
kid ends
perhaps
up doing
no
okay.
storyline more
Yeah,
devastating, more heartbreaking than that of
3rd
Randy
season, I'd say
Wagstaff.
probably.
A bright, intelligent boy,
Or the
always
first?
beaming.
Maybe? I
with
don't
that
know. The first 3
beautiful smile
seasons
of
are
his.
fucking great.
Randy always seemed like the kid most likely to make
A lot of people don't like the 2nd season. I think the 2nd season has some great parts. I like seeing the fucking the Greeks operation was really interesting, and I love Ziggy. Dumbass.
something of himself. But his path, full of potential, is riddled with inadequateness from those in positions of authority and power. And chewed out and forgotten by the system, Randy ends up as just another angry black kid, destined for a difficult future. Randy is shown to be smart and crafty, with a good mind for business, making good money in school by selling
He's selling
snacks
candy
to other
bars,
kids.
that's right.
He has
Yeah.
a natural instinct for money making. He has a business acumen. He's a hustler, and everything about him screams potential. If he is, of course, given the right tools for success, if he's molded correctly and given the warmth and love that a child needs, much like how Namond ends up receiving from Bunny. There's a lovable childlike quality.
You know who he
in
looks
Randy,
like?
Such
Is,
as him thinking Chris is a zombie master. He is known
Chris
for
is a
his
zombie master.
imagination and his brightness. Randy also has a heart. He cares about people. He cares when people are hurt, and he has a conscience. But The Wire time and again shows that those who possess warmth end up coming short, and only the most vicious and sociopathic individuals like Marlowe can survive and thrive in the streets. Unfortunately, possessing an innocent nature often goes hand in hand with naivety. Randy becomes involved in the murder of a local drug dealer, Lex, when another dealer, Lil Kev, pays Randy to deliver a message to Lex, which ends up becoming a trap for his death, something which Randy is troubled by. He is shown by his peers a dead body hidden in a vacant, and when he is later in trouble by the school principal and threatened with a phone call to his foster mother, Randy panics and offers his knowledge of the murder to the principal after his involvement in a bathroom incident becomes known, where he acted as a lookout to what is later claimed to be a rape. The principal puts him in touch with the police, and he is interviewed by Carver, who later turns him over to
Randy's
Herc,
always in the
who is
wrong place at the
desperate to
wrh
find his
time.
lost camera. Herc believes Randy actually
Who is the
saw
one that
Lex's
ends up in
murder
Foot
and
Locker?
tries to
Okay.
get him to admit he was there. And when Herc
Really?
speaks to little Kevin, he inadvertently
I thought he was
lets
with
Kevin
Bubs
know
at the
that
end.
Randy was the person he's been speaking to. Word gets back to the Kingpin Marlowe, and he
Bubs
puts it out on the
survives,
street
right?
that Randy is a snitch, which is the worst possible reputation a person in that world can have. Herc also fails to get word about Randy
What happened to
Bubs,
Presbo?
who was investigating Lex's death. Immediately, Randy's world is
Hey, you
turned
know what?
upside down. He is attacked at school, and even after being promised police protection, the cops fail to stop a Molotov attack at Randy's house, which puts Randy's foster mother in hospital indefinitely. Carver
Mm-hmm.
tries his hardest to find Randy a new foster home, even making a last-ditch effort to foster him himself to no avail. And thus, Randy ends up back at a group home, which was
Mm.
earlier established to be one of his biggest
Wow.
fears. Even there, he is unable to
Carver's
escape his
fault.
reputation as a snitch and gets into fights with
Uh-oh.
older, hostile care kids. Randy was done dirty by the system, and he's already gone through so much trauma and psychological and physical abuse. When Bunk speaks to Randy in season 5 about Lex's murder, Randy is completely transformed. You can see that there is so much anger in this adolescent, so much
Yeah.
fury at
I
the
forgot about
system, at
that.
the
Yeah,
cops,
yeah.
at the world. He calls out
He's
Bunk and
right.
walks away, and loudly professes that the cop needs to be taken away before he becomes violent, most likely to ensure nobody thinks he's snitching again. The once young, lovable Randy then pushes a younger kid out of the way as he storms
Weebay's still
upstairs,
in jail,
and
right?
we never see
At
him
the end.
again. Randy's is one of the most tragic storylines of the entire show, and it appears he would
Stop
just
snitching, man.
disappear into a crowd of junkies and gangbangers once he turns 18 and is out on the street by himself. Maybe he'll end up as just another murder statistic. He was an entrepreneur that tried to be a good kid, and it was that goodness that got him to a position to be bullied by people in positions of authority, because he was afraid of getting into trouble and was easily tricked and threatened into becoming a snitch, then left to the abuse of his peers. The difference in Randy in season 5 is so stark
Here,
and
how about
alarming.
this?
No doubt he's gone through a lot since
Man,
we
that's how
last
all
saw
kids
him.
are.
Nobody who'll come
Oh.
across Randy, this young man fueled by hatred, will know that this was once a
What do you mean
happy
fueled
young
by
little boy.
hatred, dude?
No one will give him that benefit of the doubt. So
You
Randy's
just went
story
over his
ends
whole
in tragedy.
story. You know? Like, what? You can't say it's like, oh, he's just fueled by hatred. It's like when it's what people say that about like Hamas, right? They're just fueled by hatred and not just legitimate self-interest. Like, here. The wire outro. Is that what it's called? An outro or ending montage? Like, David Simon is the one time I think that a writer of a fictional story has been so bad he's not only made me not want to watch his stuff going forward, but retcon my memories of stuff. like, or, you know, act like she wants to. Look at Bubs, dude. Look at Bubs on the straight and narrow. Yeah, him and Poot traded places. Oh, in a cop bar? Yeah, I mean, I bet you just like fucking, you know, chicks go there who want to bang cops, right? Duh. I mean, certain type of girl's probably into that, right? Likes to live dangerously. Look, it's only 40%. It's only 4 in 10. You know, I could be one of the 6.
Florganj says made an original song about Palestine called Call for Justice and posted
Oh,
on.
yeah?
I sent the link in Discord
Really?
in promote section.
That's cool. Fucking McNulty should have died right here. He should have taken a bullet. Like,
Larry?
poor Larry. Such a cop thing to do, pull over on the highway like that. Let's go. God, such an unimpressive skyline. Don't get me wrong, I love Baltimore. It's a great city. But that skyline is whack. Oh yeah, I didn't see this. Way down in the hole.
It's just like we're getting.
Dude, he should have called Felix,
booted.
and he should have had Chapo make some calls, you know, so he didn't get kicked out.
We're getting booted from this space. We're fine. We're fine for now. In this, well, not, we're not fine for now.
He didn't
We're
get
like,
kicked
literally-
out
like,
then.
they're permanently. We're permanently
Like,
done here, bro.
there was a bunch of suites where different content creators were hanging out, and he thought it was his, you know, till the end, and they were like, no, we actually need this for a second. And then he fucking says, oh, we got kicked out. I mean, I don't know, man. Let's see. Yo, Preg, that's a good flyer you made. Oh, is he not here? I like those werewolf fucking aquanauts. Werewolf aquanaut. Werewolf aquanaut. I'm gonna get rickrolled, am I? Shit.
Yo. We talking about a place that's full of conflict. Israel, when they play the victim.
That's tight, dude.
Protest, claiming they're free. When they got Palestine all pressed. No spending, they trying to legalize harassment or prisoners. That's mess. Treating people like objects. No respect for human rights.
You made this? You made the beat and you rapped?
Spreading fake history. Covering up the truth. Trying to hide the fact that they've been dishing out abuse. What we see through the lies. The deceit and the hate.
Dude, you should use
Till there's justice, we won't accept your fate. We stand with Palestine, we demand what's fair.
should have called the house court. Oh yeah. I mean, doesn't he have a bunch of fucking libs in there who can help him out? You know what you should do? Set it to like some of Elmer's weekly videos, right? Where he shows all the insurgencies. Fucking, that'd be sick. Yeah. That's what I mean. You should put this. If you put this like on TikTok with the you know, if you just use CapCut, right? You could just like put a bunch of clips together of like You know what I'm talking about? John Elmer, like he does like a weekly review of all of, like the, like all the tanks getting blown up and stuff. And it's really cool. You could go good with that. Yeah.
A plea for the oppressed. Together we'll stand, united with Palestine in distress.
It's like sniper rifles and stuff.
The truth will come to light. The fight for justice will keep it going through the night. Israel, you can't hide from what you've done.
It's pretty sick, dude.
Our voices will be heard one by one. Palestine will fight for your rights. Stand with you till the dawn of a peaceful night. Injustice has no place, no room, no space. We'll keep standing strong, we'll keep the faith. We see through the lies, the deceit and the hate.
Here you go. Fucking go in there and like this. And the hook's pretty good too, man.
Israel, you can't keep getting away with this. It's only gonna make things rare. So here's our message, clear and loud and true. The fight for justice, we'll see it through.
He's on that channel, the Electronic Intifada.
Until freedom is yours,
On Wednesdays, they do the thing. They do like a weekly review, and he puts together like a, like a series of like compilations of like different Telegram videos and stuff. I kind of fuck with that beat. That's cool. Oh, did I miss the ending part? Hold on, what was that? Amplify the voice of the voiceless. Situation in Palestine is not about religion, it's a matter of justice and human rights. A clear-eyed look at the events unfolding shows that Israel's actions are
together.
Oops.
So as I said before,
damn.
We will all
What was the last word?
in the
Conscionable?
studio together, live streaming tonight during prime time. We'll probably start a little bit before so we can talk through some of last night as well.
I want to hear Crystal's take. I bet you she agrees with me. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Fucking Sagar's gonna be gloating. Just gloating.
Ryan did his best to fight back.
Did I sleep on some of his dumber stuff? Or what?
We'll talk about it later, Ryan. We'll talk about it later. But no, seriously excited.
Emily sans glasses
I got in
again.
Yesterday afternoon was able to go over and check out the convention, so I've gotten the vibe on the ground here in Chicago. And
I should have gone trying to hang out with Crystal.
Since I haven't gotten to talk to you guys directly, just to start off here, and we're gonna be.
Yeah, they probably had all kinds of like Discord meetups and shit. I should have fucking looked around.
Central Park 5 on the stage. I think that might be.
They just happened actually.
So, in any case, I'm curious. You guys sort of just top lines like what you think has worked best, what you think has not worked that well.
Go out wander around a bunch of Democrats.
Ryan, I guess I'll like.
There probably would have been a bunch of babes though, for sure.
Yeah, from like if you're a
Who's
Democrat
this dude over here in the couch?
Wants to see Kamala Harris elected. This was like people were fired up and ready to go.
Yeah.
Like and
dumb fucking
it's very much
losers.
a party atmosphere there.
Absolutely.
You dumb
They're
bastard.
feeling good, and the contrast.
You dumb
between
bastard.
How they're feeling now and how they were feeling a month ago couldn't be starker. Michelle Obama, because she's the most powerful woman in the country, can just come out and say she had a pit in the bottom of her stomach when Biden was running for re-election.
I feel like Nancy Pelosi might be the most powerful woman in the country.
Second most.
In the world.
Yes.
In the Western world.
Yes. But that's how everybody else has felt. Now, you have this. So we had a little event at a place called Gaslight last night, which I thought was perfect because it's like the theme of this entire convention. Because right now you've got a sit-in going on outside the United Center because they decided they couldn't have a 2-minute vetted speech from a Palestinian speaker. And so you've got all of this kind of joy and celebration of unity, but it's cut with this this poison of this rejection of a very simple and modest request, almost an embarrassingly modest request.
Well, that's probably a good point to talk about some of the speakers we're expecting to hear soon, because we were just chatting before the stream, and apparently you all heard some of that, but we were chatting before the stream about how Ukraine hasn't come up a lot over the course of the week. And tonight, though, if you're looking at some of the speakers, Adam Kinzinger, obviously former Republican, someone who's not going to be speaking at the DNC. If you're somebody who came here, as we were talking about before the show went live, if you're somebody who came here to have your voice heard on Palestine, and Adam Kinzinger is taking the stage,
and the
unbelievable.
The uncommitted folks kept saying that look, we're glad that you've got these Republicans who are now supporting Harris, and we're glad Kinzinger gets to speak, and we're glad that you had an Israeli American relative of a hostage. Like, that's all great. That shows what a big tent we are. Is the tent not big enough for us too?
Right. And I have in front of me the speech that this state representative from Georgia, who has endorsed Kamala Harris and supports Kamala Harris and opposes Donald Trump.
Yeah, most of them did,
that
right?
she wanted to give, and to find it objectionable is
unjustifiable,
frankly insane.
Yeah, word.
I mean, one of the things she says, in this pain.
Yeah, that shit was tight, man. Look, let me be real with you. Like, usually when someone comes into chat and they're like, "Yo, I made this track. You want to listen to it?" They it sucks most of the time, right? That shit was fire, man. Gaslighting isn't real. You just made that up. Why are you acting so crazy? Why are you?
Seeing this onslaught on Gaza, I've also witnessed some.
I don't know. I think they'd be better off not gaslighting. They would just be better off not talking about some certain subjects, like let Trump attack them for not. How come she's not talking about Gaza? I thought the Democrats were really concerned. I don't know. Maybe she'll have to say something about it. We'll have to ask her. Fine. It's better to not say anything than to say that kind of crap that you said tonight. Like, that's just such an own goal.
Something profound, a beautiful multi-faith, multi-racial, multi-generational coalition rising from despair within our Democratic Party. For 320 days, we've stood together, demanding to enforce our laws on friend and foe alike, to reach a ceasefire, end the killing of Palestinians, free all the Israeli and Palestinian hostages, and to begin the difficult work of building a path to collective peace and safety. That's why we are here, members of this Democratic Party committed to equal rights and dignity for all. What we do here echoes around the world. And she goes on to make it clear, she says, let's commit to each other, to electing Vice President Harris, defeating Donald Trump, who uses my identity as a Palestinian as a slur. Let's fight for the Palestinians.
He's like a Palestinian, but he's like a bad Palestinian.
Etc. And she finishes by saying that fights for an America that belongs to all of us, black, brown, and white, Jews and Palestinians, all of us. Like
Crystal is a 20 when she talks.
Together.
Yikes.
So to find that objectionable, to have every backbencher, front bencher, middle bencher, past fading star that can barely speak, rising star
Bill
in the party,
Clinton.
Republicans, everybody under the sun.
Unbelievable.
Time to speak, but you don't have 2 minutes to have this message of inclusion, which is supposedly one of the things that they are trying to represent and project at the DNC.
It's such a self-inflicted. God
of the
damn it, man.
This is so joyful, and all the partying,
Making funny songs, ranting about a MOBA game I
It
played.
makes it very difficult to swallow when you have that split screen, when you're still seeing in your Twitter feed or whatever social media site you use, when you're still seeing babies with their heads split apart because of the bombs that the Biden-Harris administration continues to send.
Yeah, it's been really interesting watching and talking with the uncommitted people, because there was a lot of cognitive dissonance about just, it's like, well, what are you going to do? And really, I mean, it came through in our interviews that we had the activists here, and more so the people that we spoke who were delegates. Some of them, I think, are privately maybe willing to say that they wouldn't vote for Kamala, but by and large, almost all of them were like, yeah.
I mean, I think they have to, right? Or else they
with that speech, but even they are found incredulous that they're like, really, like they couldn't even give us that. But I mean, part of the questions that I posed to the activist when she was here at the desk. I was like, well, if they don't give it to you, what are you going to do? And she basically couldn't answer that question. And so it's a failure of leverage. And I think it's interesting because at the same time, my
Released on Spotify in
is
2
that
weeks.
all of this
Nice.
is working very well. Like
Oh,
the
yeah.
central problem for Democrats is they weren't enthused.
What if you could
going
get
into
like a
the
7-inch
election.
or
Now,
something and do like
they
a
have
benefit?
Tremendous amount of energy, the so-called unity that they want to project. The cable news audience, which is consuming this, is taking in the roll call, and you see a massive amount of donations that have come in just last night with Tim Walz. Kamala Harris has now
Tim
raised
Walz.
$500 million in a single month, breaking
Yeah.
all kinds of crazy campaign
I'm
records.
telling you,
So
I think
the
she
theory
was.
in the Democratic Party's head is, yeah, we can do. Honestly, it's like we can just get away with it. We don't have to even give you anything, risk
Yep.
any media coverage. But
Exactly.
more importantly for them, I think, is to piss off any of the donors. Ryan and I were just with Michael Tracy. He was at what was it, Jewish
You
Democrat
losers.
event or
Yeah,
something
yeah,
with Doug
Jewish,
Emhoff.
yeah.
And Doug Emhoff was there, and he was
Doug
he's like,
Emhoff.
oh, we're not going to do anything in
Oh.
Israel. So she's like, we have Israel's back, and Kamala will protect like Jewish identity, etc. And so
my God.
you can you have your big donors. You've got AIPAC now, which is really on your side. They're riding high. And
Really?
they're one of those where
AIPAC's
they
not
feel
on
they're
their
in
side. They're on
control,
Trump's
and
side.
The major VIPs and others in the party, which would maybe dissent over even allowing this Palestinian person like on the stage, they're like, well, at the
Yeah,
end of the day,
that's the
most of
type.
these
That's
uncommitted people in this field
why.
are probably just going to vote for us anyway, and I'm not necessarily sure that they're wrong. So
I mean, it's could be right, but it's also such a risk that's unnecessary because
And like
think of what a minimal, what
Like-
a modest, small.
they might vote for you, the organizers themselves, but a lot of fucking people aren't, man. Like again, it's like I like I said, the demon rats, right? They're different. Like the Republicans, they see a poll and then they do their best to act like they are what the people polled said they like. Yeah. Michelangelo, he's the best turtle. The Democrats, they scold their voters and ask them and say, how come you can't be more like these nice respondents to this poll? Like they oh, what's wrong? How come you're not like this guy? Like this is what this guy in this poll said. How come you had a different answer? It's kind of sus, huh? Yeah, it sucks.
Like nothing of an ask this is. And the mainstream network, CNN, or everybody,
the
because they love
donors must
drama,
have
of
told
course,
them
like,
no.
They've been talking about, they wouldn't
Like
let this representative
Ackman.
onto the stage. So
Tony, I
they're
blame
undermining
Ackman.
their own attempt to have this display of grand unity across the party.
Ack
And also,
Ackerman.
part of what has been central to the Kamala Harris campaign, and we see it at the DNC with their emphasis on the creators and really leaning in the number of TikTokers and Twitter posters that are roaming around with a camera is insane. They're leaning into that because those vibes on TikTok in particular have been very, very favorable to them. And a big part of that is that young people think Kamala Harris might be different.
Yes,
They do not
that's what I
ascribe
was
the
saying, man.
blame on Gaza that they do to Joe Biden. And so I think one of the cases,
It
which I don't
sucks
think is,
that they're gonna
is not made
waste
up,
that,
it's backed up
though.
by the
It's
data,
fucking stupid,
that
man.
Uncommitted and others
So
have been
dumb.
pushing is, listen, whatever you think about the morality, if you're just looking out for your own cold-hearted political interests, you have a lot more to gain
Yep.
from putting a Palestinian
It's not
American on
that's
stage
that's
at
the
very
fucking
least,
donors,
more
though. I'm
importantly,
telling you.
from stopping
Look.
the bomb.
I hate to engage in tropes, but look at
from
what they
stopping
did
to
at
ship the bombs.
the Ivy Leagues. Again, Norm talks about it a lot. They held those Ivy League schools ransom with hundreds of millions of dollars in their donor money. I mean, I think whatever they had for Harvard, I'm sure they have at least as much with both of the major parties. I mean, they're probably making them jump through hoops, you know. It seems like Trump is doing that Iran story, like Mossad put out this story about like Iran was trying to assassinate Trump and they're scared of Trump and using him to like help Bibi paint Iran as like this unhinged, scary country. And Trump bad at it. Iran, they're out to get me. Can you believe that? Someone's trying to kill me. It's Iran. Mm. Mm. Dude, stop making stuff up, man. Mm. Mm. Really? Damn, dude. Eamon's been coming in. He likes to come stand right here, like he wants to get in the image, like get in the camera, but he's like doesn't want to just jump ahead. Mm.
From really, not just working tirelessly from a ceasefire, but
I
you
should do
are
a
the
stream with
United
Eamon
States of America.
sometime.
This is the American president and vice
I need
president.
to
We're
figure out how to
talking
get the
about, like,
switch on the computer. I know a graphics card, but I think there's an easier way with a switch, right? Doesn't it have like a USB or something? I remember I had a link somewhere before. I forgot what I did with it. Like, um, you should stream, Jim. I don't know. I was thinking maybe I would switch it up and do like I don't know, some sort of schedule where it's not the middle of the night some of the days. That might be beneficial. Um mm,
end the horror, and there is nothing but benefit to be gained from that.
It's
There's
midnight
one other
somewhere.
thing I've made this point a couple times in the responses that I posted alone while I couldn't be with you guys, but
We watched them; they were good.
this idea that Kamala she
What?
can't undermine.
Why couldn't she be with them?
Bullshit.
Has a monitor out?
Nothing
Doesn't
could
it
benefit
really?
her more from than establishing distance.
So how do I play it on the stream though?
Profoundly unpopular. So show a little bit of courage and create a little bit of distance on an issue where not just the
Must be
majority,
fucking to
overwhelming
do
majority
all.
of the Democrats, but the overwhelming
Must be
majority
fucking
of
hard to do all the
Americans
time.
agree with that choice.
Well, that's an important point because it's actually representative of a significant chunk of the Democratic Party. It's not like you're asking for a fringe view. No matter how important this fringe view should be held on the stage, it's not.
Oh.
I mean, it's a lot of
no,
Democrats
yeah.
are most Democrats are completely favorable to this message, and instead they're doing what? Pink. Who else?
Beyonce.
I mean, I know how to do that.
Tonight.
Like I have the
There's a
doc.
surprise guest. TMZ
But-
is saying it's Beyonce.
TMZ.
right?
Well, okay.
I
so
wanna put it
TMZ
on the
doesn't say
stream,
It's
you know?
Beyonce.
Oh.
They're just like Beyonce will perform at the DNC tonight. That's not on the schedule.
I mean, that's
Look, I don't know.
If I can get it on
it's
my computer
possible.
screen,
Some
I
people
can get
said
it
was
on the
George
stream.
W. Bush.
Some rumblings
George
and stuff.
George W.
I-
Bush. That would be
yeah, I am,
perfect.
honestly,
That'd be
because
so
like,
on
maybe
brand.
then people would remember how much of a heinous person he is, and they wouldn't vote for the Democrats.
Yeah.
But it's like, I mean, given some of the neocon rhetoric that we've heard on the stage as of this morning, it actually would track for George W. Bush to come on today.
And
But
Leon Panetta tonight as
Leon
well.
Panetta is on. I
Leon
mean, that makes sense. He's a
Panetta,
White
dude.
House chief of staff for Bill Clinton. He's like a Democratic partisan through and through, on top of
does
being
make
CIA
sense.
ghoul. But in
Just to-
general,
just
sorry, go
just
ahead.
to tease out one thing, Crystal said she does not have 18 to 24-year-olds locked up. Like if you talk to Democratic operatives who have access to like the internal polling, and if you look also at the public polling, but the internal polling has bigger sample sizes, so they can really drill down into these subgroups. 18 to 24-year-olds are still a soft spot for Kamala Harris. She needs them to come back to the levels they were at in 2020 if she's going to win.
Yeah.
And and they also, and you guys
We'll
to
dig
spend
up
a bunch of reporting
Dulles.
on this, they
Yeah, they would
also
love that shit,
get
dude.
most
They
of their
would
news
love
from
that
YouTube
shit.
and podcasts.
Yeah, that's right.
And so while it's true,
Oh,
CNN and
man.
MSNBC won't
Can you
cover
imagine?
this issue a lot, their demographic isn't the one that cares about it anyway. So younger people are going to hear a ton about the fact that they rejected even a vetted speech from a Palestinian speaker. They're going to hear a lot about that. And it's such an own goal because even Democratic supporters of Israel don't object to the idea of a Palestinian speaking.
Right.
the ideas
I mean, they
that were in
do,
this
but
speech
you know,
are totally amenable.
Right, and she
to the
endorses
type-
Kamala
to
in
Yeah.
the speech.
endorses-
That's the craziest
the
part,
types of the types of Democrats who support Israel and who are going to vote for Kamala Harris are fine with that speech. So you have to then ask, how intense is that power behind the scene internally, that cross pressure that pushed them to not?
I think they probably worried that she wouldn't stick to the script.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
That's
That's
what I
probably it,
suspect
right?
is probably the concern.
But all of these people have careers in Democratic Party politics.
I mean, they're
Right.
so mad about all the times Biden got interrupted. They will not forgive
there's some
them
racism
for any
there,
time
too,
soon.
True.
that we can trust. These Republicans.
They were
who go
so
up on
pissed
stage,
off about that. They
they're
couldn't
gonna-
give
they're gonna
fucking
be-
rallies
They're gonna stay on
anywhere
that
because they were
train.
getting
Yeah.
fucking
Can't trust
hauled
this
off
Palestinian
stage.
American.
No, I think that's
Which
a fair
obviously
point.
is the
yesterday-
correct and good
tomorrow.
thing to do, but
We can
Yesterday,
trust a Contra supporter.
right,
A literal
absolutely.
Sandinista.
Absolutely.
Contra supporter, yeah.
Well, you can always trust Lil Jon. So, yesterday, Attorney General of Minnesota, Keith Ellison, spoke, and part of it was Tim Walz. It was his big night, and
Tim
he was
Walz.
Attorney General to vouch for him. But it was also sort of projected, like, all right, this is going to be the guy that is Muslim American. He's been sympathetic on Gaza. This is going to be the guy who's going to like allay your concerns on Gaza. And he did, frankly, a version of the AOC, like, trust
Oh
me,
no, come on,
Kamala's
Keith.
great on
The
these issues,
fuck, dude?
and said, Kamala and Tim hear you. I can assure you.
I hear you,
they
I
see
see you.
everybody's humanity. I actually was able to grab a quick interview with him in the hallway and
Did you call
ask
him a massive cuck?
about whether or not there should be a Palestinian American given a speaking slot. And he was very like, I don't know. That's not really
What?
that big a deal. Now, he's since come out and tweeted
I mean,
something
it's
that was
not.
a little stronger. Like, I think
Look,
that would be a good thing. But in
I
the
don't
moment,
actually. I
he
mean,
does not have
look,
that
personally, I don't necessarily care about that as much as the not doing what Kamala did, but that's just me. Like I would rather have Kamala not have done what she did than have a Palestinian speaker. That's just like great. That really shows you who you're dealing with. You know.
positive or overwhelming of a reaction to the questions. Mac, do you have that? Let's go ahead and play that.
What are they saying?
About his response to the BLM protests.
I think it's important for all of us to realize that Republican campaigning in 2024 is about character assassination. These are not legitimate complaints. They are probing whatever they can to
Good
make an
take.
attack. That's the truth. I am the chief law officer of the state.
Hey, Griffin.
Tim Walz
Or
acted
next level.
expeditiously,
Can you
legally,
just
and
keep in mind who the
effectively,
speakers are?
and that's just the way it is. Can we just acknowledge we have had civil disturbances in Los Angeles, Detroit, Miami, New Jersey, you name me a state now, and they probably have had some civil
A little defensive.
uprising in connection with a tragic incident between police and community. He handled this about as well as anybody could, and I was front row seat to the whole thing.
Yeah, why'd they have the Israelis out there, huh?
One more for you. A majority of Joe Biden voters, of Democratic voters, describe what Israel is doing in Gaza as a genocide. What is your message to those voters who say this is a moral
Nice
red
question,
line for
Crystal.
me.
She,
I cannot
you see how
support a
she asked
ticket
that?
is continuing
She didn't
to
box him in.
fund, arm, and run cover for a genocide.
Well, look, I understand First Amendment freedom of expression. I understand that you only make change by advocating. But what I'd say is you can't make change by turning your back and walking away. Stay engaged, keep arguing, make your case, and make folks listen to you. Because on the other side, Donald Trump said finish the job, which means just keep killing. On the other side,
Shut the fuck
he's
up,
the one-
Keith.
Donald
You
Trump
fucking
kicked
coward.
the diplomatic presence of Palestinians out of the United States. He ended funding to UNRWA, which funds, and so there's no future. He's the one who ended the Iran deal, which would have stopped enrichment. He's the one who's the problem. You can have in politics, you can engage. You have to engage in who you can persuade, and
Just a matter of fact, read the paper. You have Biden and Harris working day and night to bring forth
Bullshit,
ceasefire,
Keith. You
return
fucking
the
liar,
hostages,
man.
and then after that, a durable peace in the region, which will allow Palestinians and Israelis to
Oh my
live
God,
in
what did they
peace.
give you?
Donald Trump, not that. So I would say that's the story.
Fuck
Do
Donald
you think they
Trump.
should allow a Palestinian to speak here? That's been one of the requests of the uncommitted movement.
I'm not going to second guess the
Oh my God. Oh my God, you fucking pussy.
I called for
Oh.
ceasefire and return the hostages. I did that.
Oh.
And, so did AOC. So did Reverend Warnock, Senator Warnock. You've had that heard from the podium.
Bro, we
Would
said the
another
words.
speaker
You heard
who's
us.
Palestinian be good? I think that our fellow
Fucking, he used to be
Americans who are
based too,
Palestinian
man.
have a lot to say.
He was fucking
That is
based
very
just a few
important.
years ago.
But I'm not
In
gonna say
2020, he was
that
based,
message has
man.
not been heard.
Like,
It has been.
like,
Could more be heard? Certainly it could help. But it shouldn't be a red line. You know, it shouldn't be a
he aggressively fucking charged that cop and got the conviction. I mean, he was fucking good, man.
time our country
He charged him with murder and shit.
people
You
to
know?
use a water fountain on a non-racial basis to be a controversial thing. And at this convention in 1964, black civil rights leaders and white allies demanded seats.
I just don't know what's different.
This is part of the political
What's
process.
what happened?
People are demanding change. I say keep on engaging the process, keep on persuading people, and that's my message.
How can you support? Like, how can you condone
so I
it?
was saying it's
How
kinda
can you
interesting there 'cause
normalize that
he's
shit, man?
trying to
It's
balance,
oh.
right? How his position, Ryan, you can probably weigh on this even more than me. His position and things that he said, and his likely sympathy. Wow, his likely sympathy for the uncommitted movement and the opposition and desire genuinely to achieve a ceasefire and all of those things. With the fact that he's a Democratic Party loyalist and his way, what he can say and how he can say it, and not want to, color on side of the line with regard to Kamala Harris and what she wants the convention to be like. And so I found it interesting that in the moment he's really struggling to.
You can see the subtitle shit. Sorry.
And then later on he goes to Twitter and says, no, we should have a speaker. And I'm sure that's because of the pressure and the backlash and the attention that this is ultimately garnered.
Yeah, and what he's saying basically is in 1964 they sent a lot of young civil rights freedom delegations to the convention, and they were pissed on it and rejected it and like treated terribly. And a vice president who would become president because of the assassination, who had a history of like abject racism, was nominated and won in 1964. And I guess Ellison's saying, and then look what happened. You got Civil Rights Act, and you got the Fair Housing Act, and
because Kennedy got shot in the head.
Well, yeah, actually
it's
did.
like,
But also, what he's saying is they stayed engaged, even though they were treated so terribly in 1964 at the convention.
It's not a very flattering comparison for
that isn't
for the Democrats
no
to be
offense
making, right?
Pete Ellison, that's an incredibly
because he's calling the DNC like the white supremacists.
But that's also stupid and wrong because whatever in terms of the timeline.
No, do it. No, say it.
Well, no, I mean the timeline is
Sucker.
literally incorrect because civil rights actually passed before that, and that was part of the thing. So when they were engaged at the 64 convention, they actually had a track record of legislation that had already happened. It was the Voting Rights Act that they wanted next. And yeah, there was some controversy over that. Obviously, it led to Strom Thurmond in the South kind of pulling out of there. But I mean, my counter to a lot of the talk here is, and I think everyone has to grapple with this in real time. One of the reasons we're here at the DNC is we expected a lot of chaos.
Cops vote Republican. There's not, they can't be realistic about thinking they're gonna get fucking cops to vote for him. No chance. Like, there's something like 98% of cops vote for Republicans, I think. The latest stat I saw, or maybe 97%. Like, over 90% of cops. And the other one, I think, is a libertarian. Or like a constitutional monarchy party or whatever. Ooh. Oh, did we finish the... No, we didn't finish this.
My name is
Gary Honkala, and we're here in Humboldt Park. Our slogan really is, we're not left, we're not right, we're from the bottom, and we're coming for the top. Instead of having our military fly
An explicitly
someplace and
left-wing
kill
idea.
people, we could have our military build luxury housing overnight.
How do you think like the Democratic establishment benefits from having an underclass of poor people?
They're really invested in building what we call the nonprofit industrial complex.
That's true.
There's a lot of money.
She left
and
electoral
never-solving
leftists hanging out to
issues.
dry.
The shelter system is a money-making business. A lot of them are privately owned.
Private, for-profit shelters. These shelters aren't providing any wraparound services at all. They're just providing what are oftentimes substandard.
Look at this guy's hair.
Housing for individuals.
Look, I don't mind making money. I love making money. Okay, but I hate for the government wasting money.
What?
Right now, it's a waste of money.
Fair runs 4 houses in St. John's. His revenue has quadrupled in the last 5 years.
People have to actually spend money.
So he
in
has to
order
pay
stay
taxes,
there.
and the
They
government's
can't hold on
mad.
to their belongings. They employ a gajillion other social workers to justify why they psychologically don't need housing, keep them on waiting lists. When the reality is they just need access to affordable housing. Poor whites are hurting just like blacks and Mexicans and Puerto Ricans and our indigenous brothers and sisters. It's just a question of lack of access to education and real information about who's in charge.
Is there any particular candidate or political figurehead that stands out to you as somebody that will be a good option for this new party?
Well, I mean,
You starting a new party?
Claudia De La Cruz.
Yeah,
I
there you
love
go.
Cornel
Let's go,
West.
baby.
But I think that the candidate that's actually on the majority of the ballots across this country and has the actual infrastructure and the ability to potentially win would be Dr. Jill Stein.
For those who don't know, what is the war machine?
Okay, so
What about Dr. Jill Biden?
we are now spending about half of our congressional budget, $1 trillion a year, on endless wars. Endless wars and 800 military bases around the world. We are spending more than the next 10 nations combined. The next 10 biggest spenders, we're spending more. Mostly on weapons.
More than
about
like
half of
every
this
country in
humongous
history
budget is actually
combined.
going to the war profiteers, the war contractors. They're making huge profits on this. It is an industry which has bought its way into Congress, and it provides a lot of campaign contributions. It provides lobbyists who are defining policy, and it creates these projects that provide jobs in a whole lot of different districts, and that's also how they buy the support of our politicians, such as they are. AIPAC is also part of this. So AIPAC is also pouring money into races, buying politicians to basically gin up endless conflict, which is great if you're a war contractor, and they're the ones, who are buying these policies.
20 recipients in Congress,
Palestinians
the House and the Senate
anti-black.
of AIPAC money in the 2022 midterm cycle, according to Open Secret.
For the American people and the people of the world, this is an utter disaster, and they're embroiling us in
The dumbest shit
endless
ever.
wars that are not making us safer. They're actually making us less safe, not more safe, creating failed states like Libya and Iraq, just wreaking havoc on the world. We need a foreign policy based on international law, human rights, and diplomacy. Right now, it's mostly based on raw military power.
On a national domestic level, do you think that the media division machine is doing a similar thing with Americans themselves?
Absolutely. The media machine is really
Media
critical here. In
division
fact, that's why
machine,
the
you call
First
it?
Amendment is the first. Because we need a free press, we need freedom of speech,
Oh,
we need the
speaking
right
of-
to protest so that
Hell
we,
yeah, dude,
the
listen.
people, can be informed. And the role of the press is really critical. We're
my
supposed to have a
jam.
press serving as a watchdog to power. Right now, most of the corporate press are watchdogs
It's
to power. They are
fucking
not
worse than
watchdogs
state
to
media.
power. So they're interested in
Worse
landing
than
the
state
next
media.
interview with some, with some big important elected official. More interested in that. So they're not going to give a tough interview. They're not really, scrutinizing policies and informing people. If we're going to have a democracy, we have to have informed voters who can make decisions. And right now, we are kept in the dark.
Ruben here has been an absolute soldier in this process.
Ruben, what do you think is the number one issue facing America right now?
I mean, there are a lot of poor problems in Philadelphia, like homelessness and drug problems too.
Yeah.
It's We do have to solve that.
Grants Pass being passed. If you heard about that, that's the Supreme Court case that got passed like 3 months ago that allowed
Is that Tom
municipalities
DeLonge?
across the country to literally criminalize homelessness starting in Grants Pass, Oregon.
This all started in Grants Pass, Oregon. That city had passed a law that said people who camp on city streets
Wow.
could be subject to citations, fines, and ultimately removal from those public spaces. Advocates for people who are homeless there sued, saying that the law amounted to cruel and unusual punishment, a violation of the Eighth Amendment, because it would criminalize sleeping, a basic human need.
And specifically, it's been Democratic governors like Kathy Hochul and Gavin Newsom specifically in California who have jumped on that law. Here in Illinois, in Rosemont, which is at O'Hare, they just criminalized it with the exception for being outside like Nike stores and stuff.
The Democratic
Nike
Party
stores?
has kind of like shifted into a very like concessionary position, even though it's supposed to be like the left party. And like I also think like a big part of that is obviously tied to like the Democratic Party's funding of the genocide in Palestine, especially with like
Do I never
party kind
tweeted
of forming
my
a rift
TikTok?
between like the more like center-left part of the party, I guess, and the far-left part of the party, or at least them trying to. They've kind of just made the whole party move into this position where on a lot they're just not that different from the Republicans. The thing is that on a lot of home front issues, like Democrats and Republicans still work against each other, obviously, but like when it comes to more corporatized issues like baseline poverty and homelessness, they just have a lot of the same goals because a lot of them are just corporate.
So I just think they're like weaponizing things that really hurt people on a daily basis, because rich people can go and get abortions. Like across history, rich women have always been able to get abortions regardless of what the law is. So for me, I'm like, I just feel like they're using things to make people want to vote for them. And so for me, I would say it's the lesser to evil thing has been going on for 8 years. Like, this is not democracy.
We need to be honest with ourselves about the kind of country.
It is not a democracy. It's a republic. Nike has those release dates. Oh my God. So they make it an explicit carve out so that people with money are allowed to sleep outside, but not people who are broke. Oh. I mean, Mayor Brandon here, he set aside like a room in the police stations for the migrants that you remember when the hogs were like sending them up here? He like made them share with the cops, which I thought was really funny. But it got me thinking. There's probably, you probably get some permanent concessions from them. Like, you can't be like, oh, we don't have room. You just fucking had room. We saw you, I don't think cops hang out at the police station. Right? Don't they mostly hang out in their squad cars? I think they all have the SUVs now, too. They suck, man. They don't fucking... I'm telling you, it's just... Their entire career is spent in various degrees of blue flu. Like, they will be, like, not doing a goddamn thing for years on end, just being like, oh, fucking demon rats, blue state, blue cities, fucking demon rats can't run their own cities, and just every reactionary take you could have. Doing all kinds of, like, underhanded stuff against, like, the local left-wing groups, like, really like, the Rushian, right? Like, in the actual sense, right? Like, as in trying to disrupt, other, like, grassroots organizing groups. What the hell's that? Oh, this is the best part. Look. My favorite part.
That goes for all you punks in the press that want
wanted to start shit by printing lies instead of the things we said. That means you, Andy Sesser at Hit Parader, Circus Magazine,
Andy Sesser at Hit Parader, Nick Wall at Kerrang.
Spin what you pissed off because your dad gets more pussy than you. Fuck you. Suck my fucking dick. You be ripping off the fucking kids while they be paying their hard-earned money to read about the bands they want to know about.
The bands they want to know about? Putting lies? Starting controversy? Get in the ring, motherfucker. Dude. I would be avoiding these guys if I was Bob Guccione Jr. You know, I would be fucking out the other door. Mick Wall at Kerrang. Mick Wall at Kerrang.
Country we live in, let's be honest. I mean, the Democrats got away with taking away the safety net. And let's be real, too. When they passed the New Deal, they weren't thinking about the people. They're thinking about the entities, the corporate entities that would benefit from the subsidies. Let's be honest with ourselves, too. It wasn't about the poor person in Mississippi. It was about the corporate farmers that were starting to develop at that era and figuring out how do we subsidize them. That's what the food stamp program is about. There's something wrong in this country telling people it is okay to work 3 jobs, not see your kids, not see your loved ones, not take a vacation, and God forbid you get sick, okay? And I still got a job at home because I'm a mother. Because let's not forget, I don't get a day off. And I got to figure all that out. How are we going to eat? How are we going to pay rent? How are we going to pay the utility bills? That every single thing went up after COVID. Not one thing stayed the same except salaries. The only thing that stayed the same in this country is the minimum wage. Even though everything else went up. And we have a Democratic president or a Republican president, then a Democratic president, Republican president, and neither party ever talks about what is really going on in this world. Because I'm not even going to say the country. What is really going on in this world? There is no scarcity. It is how do we pit people against each other so they're too distracted to see everything that I'm too addicted to.
Fuck yeah, lady.
And how much profit I'm making, and more profit.
Who's
how many
making
more houses
profit?
One individual can have. How many yachts can one individual have?
Dude, Barney Sanders has 3 houses. Did you know
I
that?
make a tent city? Yeah. So if I take the scraps from the trash and make some kind of shelter for me and my children, regardless whether I have mental health issues, regardless whether I'm an addict, regardless of whether I am a female, male, whatever, I am a human being first. With what conscience are you criminalizing poverty? And it's not going to stop just in the United States. The poor of the world, not just this country, are fed up. People in Gaza are fed up. People in Kensington are fed up. People in San Juan
Kensington, what's up?
and do not have electricity because the government that they belong to said you're not our country, so we're not going to give you federal dollars to fix your grid.
Energy provider Luma said roughly 560,000 people, more than a third of customers, were without power across Puerto Rico by the end of the day. The island.
This lady knows her shit, man.
Repaired 7 years after it was wiped out by Hurricane Maria.
Yeah.
And let's not leave out rural communities. I live in Haines City, Polk County, Florida. Okay, but do you think that the poor and rural communities have transportation? They don't. There's absolutely not even a sidewalk to walk on.
Yeah, they don't even have fucking sidewalks down south.
Stay poor, stay hidden, and die silently. Okay? If I get a job, how do I get to that job? If I even get it when I'm in a rural community. Okay? Let's not leave those folks behind. There are hundreds of thousands of people living in trailers across the United States who are paying $1,600 a month in rent for a trailer.
There's no fucking landlords including. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
A used trailer. Do you know how that smells?
Definitely.
Okay?
That's where my mom grew up.
$1,600. Can you afford $1,600 to be living in a trailer? How many jobs do you need to have? Because I personally have 2. I have seasonal jobs and I have other jobs, part-time jobs.
I don't have $1,600.
I have a girlfriend who works 3 jobs to live in a trailer.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
What I want to be when I grow up?
Fucking
I don't know.
MC.
Something makes me get money. Trying to get money. Like, money's hard.
You're in the poor people's army.
Oh, no.
Trying to be in the bag chasers army.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
If you had $1 million right
I don't know, man. I think if you're a kid, right, you got a lot of options now, right? I think, and I think if that's that lady's kid, that lady seems like she's pretty smart, right? She can probably find this kid a hustle. That's what I said to my kids, man. Fucking figure out something by the time you get to be 18, and you can not, you can skip college or whatever, right?
Right now, what would you do?
I'll go to the store.
You go to the store to get what? You have $1 million. You gonna go to the store?
I'm hungry. I want to get that Puerto Rican restaurant food.
What you about to get?
Some pastelillos, empanadas, anything. I'm hungry.
The kid's so Chicago.
Message to the kids out there.
Work hard and don't be depressed.
That's such a Chicago vibe.
Don't smoke.
About drugs.
Don't do drugs, cause I know people do drugs and they look weird. I went to Philly for a little bit and people do drugs there a lot.
That's why they got shot out to
This lady
Kensington.
was just dancing and screaming. She was skinny and her whole face was whole dry.
Probably off that Trank. You ever heard of Trank before?
Nope.
Stop, dude.
My name is Anthony.
What are you talking to this kid about drugs for, man? Shut up.
I'm Puerto Rican and Mexican, and I'm part of the Poor People's Army. I want to be treated like an adult. 13 or 12 is like an adult, basically.
chill
I'm about to
out,
have a talk
dude.
with my mom about that. What is your favorite
Dude,
sport?
chill.
Football. So what is your favorite snack?
You don't want to be treated like an adult.
You're too young to
Yeah,
do
kids love
Takis,
Takis, huh?
Stomach. Hello, sir. How you doing?
Why do kids like Takis so
My
much?
name is Anthony Mejia Colon. What's your name, sir?
My name is Captain Join. I'm
Nice.
one of the High Times Freedom Fighters at a Lifetime Yippee. I'll be one of the speakers today.
Oh, dude, I wonder if he's
You know,
friends
I
with
never know
Ed.
till I get up there, but it'll be a surprise for all of us.
All right. How was the riots in the 60s?
The 1968 riots have been very well documented, and they were horrible. Chicago was full of the delegates and full of the protesters, and the protesters had no place to stay. They're trying to sleep in Lincoln Park. At dusk, the cops
bastards.
went into Lincoln Park, and the footage is in Chicago 8, and they just wailed anybody that was standing. Just started clubbing the whole crowd down. It was dubbed a police riot for a reason, because we're a pretty peaceful crew.
Yeah. That's what the cops did in
not so much.
2020,
But they're saying
every
if we follow the
fucking
rules
night.
This time they won't arrest us, so we're down with that. We'll see what happens.
My name is Chris the Anarchist Ryan. I am here from Columbus, Ohio, representing the Columbus, Ohio chapter of the Youth International Party, better known as Yippies.
Yippies?
Yippies. Y-I-P-P-I-E-S.
Yippee, sir?
Yippie. I'm a yippie, yeah.
Oh, you're a yippee, sir?
Yeah, I'm a yippie.
May I ask how old you are?
I'm 66 years old. I've been a member of the Youth International Party for 50 years. I'm the founder of the Ohio Hemp Fest at Ohio State University, or I should say the Ohio State University. Abby Hoffman was my mentor. I am
Nerd.
also a
These guys are
national
nerds.
co-founder
I mean, at
of
least he's like fucking staying active. Most of these guys age. Well, that's not true. The Yippies, they seem like they're pretty active. Because again, it's like you hear people refer to themselves as that. It seems to be like, yeah, this sort of generation, like in between the hippies and the punks, maybe. I don't know. Like, they don't really show up in any of my punk rock books. I know. Well, no, it's not true. There was one band, Fugs, maybe? I don't know. There was a New York band that was like down with them. I forget who. I didn't know it stood for Youth International. I thought it was just like, like young hippies or whatever. I don't know what I thought. Yeah, dude. Ed Opperman talks about it all the time. I think it is. I think it's yeah, I think that's their like McCarthyite, sort of like what do you call that? Not like speakeasy, but it's code.
mass bicycle protests in both Columbus, Ohio, and
I mean, look though, man, they got better at fucking shutting it down though, right? This is like the last generation that like had like a coherent like youth cultural moment, They put a stop to that right away.
Chicago, Illinois, where I used to work as a bike messenger and racing sailor in the late 90s.
Racing
Follow
sailor?
your dream.
You heard him. Follow your dreams.
Dude, I always follow
Never
my
give up your
dreams.
dreams, guys.
You're a young reporter. You're obviously interested in doing journalism.
all I do.
And moving into.
You should ask him if he knows that
media
Opperman.
arts. That's kind of a dream for you, an aspiration, something you want to
I
see
gotta
happen
pee.
in your life.
And you're not
follow it. You're not do. Yeah, exactly. Do what you're doing. Keep it up, because what you're doing is actually really very, very important.
You're right, sir.
And so yeah, you know, stay close to your dream. Follow your heart.
Follow your heart.
Don't dream it, be it.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I'm signing off. Have a nice day. Never give up your dreams. You could be whatever you want. You could be gay. You could be anything. Thank you for watching Channel 5. Peace out.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers, and 5 is the best number.
Alright guys, seems like that's a wrap. As you guys can see, the suit is off. I'm super tired, so gonna get a slice of pizza and orange soda and then open up my laptop and open up my favorite application, Adobe Premiere Pro. Love it. Nothing ever goes wrong with that great application. In fact, if you're watching this and you work for Adobe, shoot me your contact info. Would like to call you and tell you how much your software means to me. Just kidding. Oh god, is there some other shit happening up here? Fuck. Alright, DNC, Democratic National Convention. Looks like there's a Planned Parenthood abortion bus up here at this rally. Which means I gotta go. Oh god, there's protesters outside of it. Alright. Looks like here we are. Third installment, Democratic National Convention, pro-life, pro-choice face-off. Here we go.
Abortion is murder! Abortion is oppression! Abortion is murder! Abortion is oppression! Abortion is...
Every little girl, every little boy is worth us working together to do whatever is in our capacity to save a human being from a violent, evil death.
Pregnancy can be incredibly challenging to people's health, and women do die during
We
pregnancy.
call it
In the context
polytricks.
of having, dangerous pregency in this country, we certainly shouldn't be eliminating the opportunity for folks to maintain their health during pregnancy.
Abortion is murder! Abortion is oppression!
You say anarchists because they don't know better. They would know better now. We hate these babies. We hate these babies.
Let's turn to the
We
uncommitted
hate the
movement. We're going to
babies.
have somebody on tomorrow who is an uncommitted delegate, so we'll be able to talk
want the
more
babies
about
to
this.
die,
But I wanted to
yay,
highlight
yay.
this video.
the
As we
babies.
see
In
Alexandria
the West
Ocasio-Cortez begin to shift,
Bank.
honestly, her
Yo, I
rhetoric
should see if
in a way that
Homeboy wants
I'm
me to do a hook
disappointed.
for his next song. Be like, bang, bam, bam, do. Something like that. I can think of something better. All my homies to die in the West Bay. No. I had something, I forgot it. Stupid MS segment. Actually, I do kind of want to see her. Or no. I want to see her reaction today. She's probably so bummed, dude.
About. Months ago, she was on the House floor calling it a genocide. And then she did her convention speech as there were major protests outside. And she repeated the State Department Biden administration line
Motherfucker.
about a ceasefire and hostages.
Working
that
ceaselessly.
is not happening.
Fucking asshole.
It's now quite clear
Stupid
that
AOC.
Benjamin Netanyahu will not agree to a ceasefire, and it needs to be imposed upon them in the form of sanctioning Israel
international
and doing an
fucking-
arms embargo. These are the things that are going to be
No, we need
necessary.
intervention.
Because if the war,
Intervention.
genocide stops, Netanyahu is both going to be
Get his
under
ass.
criminal prosecution, will be out of power,
Intervention.
and the messianic freaks that are a part of his majority
Like that.
coalition
Like,
government
"Wah,
won't
wah,"
stop
scare
until
them.
they kill every Palestinian that they
boogity,
can,
boogity, boogity.
and also maybe attempt to spark a regional war to drag
Yeah,
the United
I
States
mean,
into it.
That's the part that I'm not
we're-
understanding
like,
is like they're fucking
the
pushing
amount
us
of
into
people
this
that are
war. It's
dead in Gaza
ridiculous.
We have no clue.
Who do they think? What do they
week or
think
two
is going to
ago,
happen? It's like,
there
how do
was
they think they're going to be
a
able to?
letter written by American doctors working in
Anyway.
Gaza that put that number over 90,000. There are other estimates that put it in the
Dude.
hundreds of thousands. They've killed all the
The number that they have is like basically the people who died with their license in their pocket or whatever. You know, it's and then didn't get crushed by a building.
journalists and the record keepers. So we're not. That's another part of why they aren't interested in ceasing fire, because war crimes investigations will happen and we'll know the true death toll.
If you're alive, but everyone you loved has been killed, or you are so emaciated that you'll never retain like, your full health again, like that doesn't count towards the conservative death tolls that we are talking about right now, which are on their own
devastating,
horrific.
Or your limbs are gone. I mean, the trauma that the people in Gaza will live with who survive for the rest of their lives.
We saw so many Zionists talk about decapitated babies. I just saw another, and I retweeted it, another image of a kid's head splayed open because of a bombing.
A little boy, it seemed like, being held up by somebody. I've seen flesh of children that is so torn apart that it looks like putty. So with that said, these protests
Nobody's
are
ever
righteous,
gonna forget
they're
this.
necessary, and I'm
Nobody's ever
encouraged to
gonna forget
see
this.
Ilhan Omar, who I gotta say is probably my favorite member of Congress, because she both stands on her principles and plays the inside game as like the Progressive Caucus whip really well. She deserves more credit for her political shrewdness as well as her principles. So
and her ability to win.
Now she's an Ilhan fan.
Right.
Yeah, like
she moved on.
People always want to suggest like that's like a majority Somalian migrant district. It is not. I would recommend looking into the demographics. If you
that is a single-digit minority in Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. That's just.
It's a white supremacist Minnesomalia sort of.
It's pretty suburban.
Point. And so that's I love that efficacy, and I made this point the other week, but Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman lost, and I hate that they lost. But in part because I think the members that staved off AIPAC from either, not pouring a ton of resources in or staying away entirely, it was Summerlee, it was Ilhan Omar, it was Rashida Tlaib. They were all state representatives before they got into Congress. So they had this kind of like infrastructural support.
More of a machine.
Then, and Cori Bush just didn't have that. Jamal Bowman had a Democratic Party that was actively hostile to him in New York State. So these are things that we just should flag. And now that Ilhan Omar has survived her primary, she's still keeping up the good fight. This is what she had to say at the uncommitted rally outside of the Democratic National Convention just, about an hour ago.
Palestinians. It's been unconscionable for me in the last 10 months to witness my colleagues in this administration refusing to recognize the genocidal war that is taking place in Gaza, to not see the mothers who have lost countless children, the babies whose dead bodies are being dug out. Do not understand that working tirelessly for a ceasefire is really not a thing, and they should be ashamed of themselves for saying such Palestinians.
Now.
Yes, and by the way, that is a split from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and almost seems like, I don't know.
Direct reference.
A direct reference.
Which, I mean, I don't know. It's unclear to me, but just to say what she says there, calling for a ceasefire is not really a thing, and shame on the people who are doing so. Now, I'd be curious what she said directly after that, but if it's not a shot directly at AOC, it should be, because AOC did do that. That's what she did on the very first night of the election, as people who helped the DNC helped get her elected.
Wow,
were
based
protesting
on
that, trying to get the more buy-in for the uncommitted movement, to get some movement on the embargo. If I guess aid is maybe where the split the baby thing, but yeah, I mean, good for Ilhan, and shame on AOC is right.
And I think, look, AOC seems to have larger ambitions, whether it's for Schumer's Senate seat in 4 or 6 years, I
I
forget
heard tell you
exactly
about my close
when,
personal
or
friend Lenny
whether it's
Dykstra.
to primary Kathy Hochul for governor.
And I hope she beats both those people if she runs. But
She'd be better than both. But
if the price
right.
is you have to lie about a genocide and about a party's
Close
complicity in
personal
doing so, then we
friends
have to name that price.
with
We have
old
to be very
nails
clear about
himself.
it. We need marketplace transparency when it comes to the cost of doing business in the Democratic Party here.
Yep, I think, you know, continuing to reflexively repeat the State Department line of a ceasefire is doing a disservice to the tireless, uncommitted activists that are right outside your door.
Yeah,
tirelessly.
Understands that. So,
and there's
good for her.
people say, and I don't know if you want to
Tirelessly.
play it, but Bernie talking about a ceasefire. It's good to say we demand a ceasefire, but it is massively insufficient because we need to be clear
Yeah,
who the
she
demand
didn't
needs
have
be
to say
made
that.
Biden is saying that. So
it's very easy because you know what he means when he says demand a ceasefire?
Fucking alleged,
We're going to
Joe.
demand it from Hamas and urge it from Israel. Well, actually, that's not the problem.
Yeah.
We need to
shut the fuck up.
impose a ceasefire because we're the ones paying for the missiles and the bombs that are dropping. So, you know, this sort of, you know, it's a massive. I think we
so
and
lucky
people
Trump
don't
is
like this. People
fucking
like AOC. And
lost
there's
his
plenty of
mojo.
reasons to like AOC for what she represents in politics. This needs to be a price. She needs to pay a price for this.
What are
and
you talking
I'm
about,
very
price?
thankful
What are you
that
talking
Ilhan
about,
said
man?
that because that is the page that people within earshot of this need
Yeah,
to get.
everybody thought
it's the
that
page
right
they
away.
need to get on because what AOC
She said it
is
was
not
exact
for
quote.
anybody else but AOC.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, exactly. Dude, she's fucking.
Davey
Look,
Hellbender says, what legal
I
power
swear to
did Kamala
God,
or AOC
I think she has a team picked out for 2028 and or whatever, maybe like the Senate seat or something. And they're they think this is gonna work. You know, they're just gonna like be able to sort of like play both sides or something. Mm. Mm. I mean, but again, you know, and then worst case scenario, right? It'll just be like lesser of two evils again. She'll be one of the evils, you know, like okay,
have to do
whatever.
anything today?
Mm.
I want to just be clear about this. My expectations for
evils.
AOC are very different than my expectations for Kamala Harris as the nominee of the Democratic Party.
Oh
and I
yeah.
want Kamala Harris, I'm optimistic about her ability to be pushed, and that's what I've been saying
Oh
in my
yeah.
commentary, because she's not a reflexive
Ooh.
anti-Palestinian racist
What?
like Biden, who has
What are
made
you
it his
talking about?
life's
Yes, she
mission,
is.
it seems to be, to me, to protect Israel from all consequences and scrutiny.
Completely
Because I think it's in
dehumanized
Kamala
every
Harris's
single
self-interest to change course. And so that's why she has to be pushed, and that's why I'm grateful for all of these activists. AOC is somebody who was supposed to be a representative for the left. And the support for ending arms to Israel within the Democratic Party is fairly overwhelming, and it's at the minimum a plurality position, but I think it's the majority position in a lot of polls. So
Despite nobody speaking for it, which is crazy.
Right, but then I expect a member of the squad who's on the left to at the very least be at the center of that position. And she didn't use the bully pulpit that she had at the DNC to do that.
She used it to defang the protests that were going on. That's what happened.
I think that's what the DNC wanted. She maybe didn't think that's what she was doing, but I think that
that's the function.
That may have been the function, which is really unfortunate because I've liked a lot of what AOC has done, and I will support
What is
her
he talking about?
the hell out of her if she primaries any of these corporate Democrats. But I think it's a mistake, and I think she's made a few strategic mistakes, including propping up Biden's failing campaign when she could have been leveraging Kamala Harris during that time period. When
Kamala wasn't going to fuck with her, though. That's the thing.
And maybe it's
Kamala wasn't going to let her in the door.
But the problem is, somebody in the Hills, Alex Cagnatano, said, this is an issue that has split Democrats, or divided, I think is the word, which is a funny word because you can divide something like 10-90, or you can divide it 50-50. But if you say divided, I think people tend to think like, oh, this is a 50-50 thing. No. Democrat voters want a stronger hand to be taken with regards to Israel. I mean, that was pretty much clear immediately after even October 7th in the last fall, but it has become even more so over the spring and now the summer. And so, like, the division is between the people who want them, because I think if Harris came out and started signaling, say, hey, actually we are going to not allow any sort of offensive weapons on Israel, or whatever sort of things short of an embargo that she says, I think she would benefit from it electorally. And then now it's just like, well, how strong is the Israel lobby if they load up entirely for Donald Trump? Who knows?
She just massively outraised him in July.
I'd be willing to take on that fight personally, but I'd also not be willing to lie about a genocide. So maybe I'm not the right person to ask about.
You probably wouldn't be somebody in a position to run for president as the Democratic nominee. Yeah,
kind of hurting my dreams now. That's why I thought I'd been preparing for a political career. By spending 3 hours on this show saying edgy things about politicians.
Yeah. Gosh, the oppo that we ran for office. I mean, that's part of why I would never wanted to. You know, it's just like just so much more fun to say exactly what I think.
Yeah, I mean, people say things like, hey, here's Jimmy Patterson. AOC is popular. The fringe left holds no power over her. You guys couldn't save Bush or Bowman, LOL. It's funny to, like, engage in politics on such a, like, brain-poisoned, nihilistic way. But Ilhan Omar won. Bowman was, we can't save people from a whole bunch of rich people being put in their district and poor people being taken out of it. It's generally going to be difficult. But yeah, the truth is the deck is stacked against people who maybe want to speak out against Israel.
Exactly.
But, it's up to them that we take on. Good luck. Enjoy being on the winning side or something.
Well, it's silly because
good one, Matt.
It's funny to accuse us of not being strategic when, like, I don't know, I'm going pretty hard for saying that Harris is our best chance to change policy on this front. So whatever. I mean, I don't know.
They're not serious.
Number 13, Omar also isn't on the main stage of the DNC saying this stuff, so there's that. For reasons I can't completely understand, acknowledging the genocide.
These fucking Majority Report fans suck, man. Ugh. God. They're all, like, so bad. Like, Like the worst, like, Gen X libs, you know? Barf. Gag me with a spoon. I heard Sam was the first to ever say that phrase. Is that true? He was the first to ever be gagged with a spoon.
The Vadovara Mountain, situated in the Republic of Karelia of Russia, is a place revered for its powerful energy and worshipped as a sacred site for thousands of years.
I can tell you right now, just from looking at those rolling hills, this is mantoid country, y'all. There's a fucking permeable membrane in Karelia. Wow.
By ancient Sami tribes and shamans, who are the ancestors of modern Finns, as this region was once part of
Sami. They're kind of weird, huh? You think any of these people are, like, weird? Like, they might have, like, like, hidden fucking Annunaki blood or something? How do you think I don't think we'd be able to tell, would we? That'd be sick, dude. It'd be so sick if you, like, fucking did, like, a DNA test and somebody had, like, I don't know, fucking, like, double-decker DNA or some shit. Oh, that'd be crazy. Yeah, like, I wonder if there's some, like, lost tribe somewhere that does have, like, fucking flying saucer blood or something. CE5 blood. Like, something that's, like, activated. You're in, like, magnetic fucking, magnetized area.
As one ascends Vadovara, an array of abnormal phenomena begins to manifest in the trees. Remarkably, there are no living trees on the summit that are more than a few decades old. Although many young pines and firs initially grow in a typical manner, they soon begin to
Overton
exhibit
membrane.
strange characteristics. After a few years, the trees undergo transformations that defy conventional scientific explanations. The trunks and branches of trees on
Looks like
Vadovara
driftwood.
rotate around their axis due to some unexplained abnormal force.
Wow.
In some cases, the upper side branches start
That's
growing
bizarre.
not upwards but towards the ground, creating
Wow.
an eerie downward growth pattern.
Wow.
Additionally, there are practically no animals
All my
and
homies
birds
have
there,
non-human
and
DNA.
the lakes are
Can you give
uninhabited.
me a fucking piece?
Perhaps
I
this
need-
is why locals call it the Death Mountain. But that's not all. The site has numerous strange megalithic structures.
I mean, if it is, if the stories are true, like somebody flicked some switches in us that we need to flick back. Like if Billy Carson's right, we need to unflick those switches, I think, somehow. Don't look at me. I'm not Billy Carson. I'm just Billy Carson novice.
Structures and ruins, which many believe could not have occurred naturally.
Looney Tunes ass
For
country.
example, there are approximately 1,600 sacred stones called sides,
There are
which are arranged here in a mysterious order. Seeds or seitas are objects or sites revered by the Sami people as representing nature or earth spirits. The side stones or boulders are often of unusual shapes and are placed in strange ways balanced on small rocks. Scientists say this occurred naturally by luck during the Ice Age. However, considering there are 1,600 stones in the area, all balanced perfectly on tiny little rocks, the natural luck hypothesis becomes invalidated. After all, what are the odds for so many giant stone boulders to situate themselves perfectly like that? The large stones had to be placed gently on top of the smaller ones to prevent them from breaking them. But if
on
someone
Time
placed
Bandits?
them like that, how did they do it? What kind of methods did they use to lift, transport, and gently place and balance such giant boulders? But it's not just the sides. This structure is called the well. Locals believe this is an artificially constructed ancient megalithic site used for the storage of water. The blocks of the structure look like they were perfectly cut to have precise rectangular forms. The thousands of years of erosion, of course, caused them to crack and deform, but nevertheless, the symmetry and precision of the structure are still clearly seen. No one even knows how deep this well goes, as it's always filled with water and no proper scientific research has been done at this site. Although it hasn't been proven that this water tank was artificially constructed, we know for sure prehistoric civilizations were able to build such structures, as there's a nearly identical tank in Bulgaria, carved into the rock sanctuary of Parapolitical. The tank, measuring 40 feet long, 20 feet wide, and 20 feet deep, has a capacity of 432,000 liters. It has an extremely complex system of incredibly accurate grooves in the rock which still work flawlessly in collecting and distributing water. The city of Parapolitical has been inhabited since around 5000 BCE, while a nearby shrine dedicated to Orpheus near the village of Tatul dates back to 6000 BCE. Is it possible that the water tank at the Vadovara mountain was built by the same unknown civilization that built the water tank in Parapolitical, Bulgaria? Take a look at the interlockings of the stone blocks,
This is crazy. I never heard of
which
this site
fitted
before.
perfectly thousands of
Look at
years
that,
ago
dude.
before they were displaced.
Mm.
There are many more strange megalithic artifacts on the complex,
false door,
like
exactly,
these
right?
stone spheres, for example, which are perfectly smooth and oval
Just like that shit
and are
in Costa
often
Rica.
placed on podiums. As you
Wow.
probably know,
How'd they get that
similar
shit up
stone
there, man?
spheres have been found in Bosnia, near the Bosnian Pyramid, as well as in Costa Rica, where there is an assortment of over 300 such petrospheres. Their real purpose
Petrosphere?
is still unknown. This giant structure is believed to be the remains of an ancient stairs that were part of a larger building. Of course, scientists dismiss it and say it's just a natural formation. And this appears like a prehistoric wall made of large squared stone blocks. As you can see, there's what appears to be a knob on one of the upper stone blocks. The block cuts look very smooth and probably fitted perfectly thousands of years ago. There are many more stone ruins that look too artificial for a natural formation. Take a look for yourself and you be the judge.
Wow, look at that, dude.
But that's not all. Archaeologists have uncovered many fascinating rock carvings in the region.
protuberance.
On the eastern bank of Lake Onega, the second largest lake in Europe, archaeologists discovered about 1,200 rock drawings, estimated to be from 5 to 6,000 years old.
Wow.
Known as the Onega petroglyphs, these astonishing rock carvings were deliberately made to display stunning special light effects, just like a prehistoric cinema.
Wow.
The site selection is intriguing as the artist chose granite rocks that rise vertically from the lake waters. At sunset, the designs on the cliffs become more distinct in the sunlight, indicating that the artist selected this location for its light effects, despite the inherent risks. Before sunset, the designs were barely visible and indistinguishable from below. However, as the sun approached the horizon, the granite turned dark red, and the different colored lines of the patterns became very clear. The uniqueness of owning petroglyphs lies in the imagery they contain. Predominantly featuring water birds, especially swans, these images are unlike those found in the rock art of the Eurasian region. The most popular depiction is that of this human-like creature with a rectangular body and a large
Looks like an
square
Annunaki.
head. This 2.5-meter-long figure is carved into a rock that Neolithic people likely viewed as the entrance to the netherworld.
Holy shit.
A 7-pointed Orthodox cross, thought to be made by monks from the Ruhr monastery in the 16th century, is etched over the image, as later Christian people believed the carving represented the devil.
It's Krampus.
In fact, the entire Vadovara
fucking
region,
Krampus.
with all of the megalithic structures, ruins, and carvings, has long been considered an evil place by Christian believers. Hence, much of the structures and art were deliberately destroyed. Nevertheless, there are many people who appreciate the strong energy of the place and regularly visit it to meditate and connect with the ancient spirits believed to inhabit the area. Tell us what you think about the Vadavara Mountain, also known as the Death Mountain. Do you
I bet you the
believe there's
vibes
some
there
kind
are
of
off the
unknown
chain.
energy causing the strange deformation
Magnets,
of all of
how
the
do they
twisted
work?
trees? And do you think all of these stone ruins are the remains of a prehistoric civilization that built a massive complex in this area? Or it's just a natural formation?
Where's my phone?
If you want to learn more about prehistoric megalithic structures, you can watch our latest video on the large dolmens from the Caucasus region. The link is in the top pinned comment.
Get doled out with the dolmens.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please leave it a like. And if you're new, make sure to subscribe by enabling the
So Lenny
notifications
Dykstra was
so
there.
you don't miss our next documentary.
And we were just vibing. He was telling me about like all the fucking chewing tobacco he used to chew. And you know how like all the babes he used to get. And then I was telling him about like, you know, how like I was a kid.
Tens of thousands of years ago, one of our distant ancestors.
The second moment of creation. Oh, fucking give me first moment or get the fuck out. Dude, Dr. Miyano is a little bitch ass, man. How about that video we watched last night? I was thinking about that a lot. That dude Dan annoys me a lot, but he was 100% right in that video. He has those debunkers fucking pegged. They're just mad they can't debunk it.
So today is update time.
Dr. Sam Osmanagic, please tell us about the connection of the Bosnian pyramids to the cosmic internet.
It's been since 2005 that we started the Bosnian Pyramid project. It started as archaeological digging, but then we expanded to interdisciplinary scientific project. Then, due to the energy properties that we've been investigating, that was the third aspect. And then we got spiritual aspect and self-healing aspect. We realized that pyramids are actually huge energy amplifiers using
Everyone knows that.
existing natural energy sources.
Everyone knows that.
This past week, Dr. Samir Osmanagic has returned from a 22-day expedition into the Cambodian jungle as a member of a controversial team exploring the underbelly of the Kokir Pyramid that has been discovered within the jungles.
Wow.
It was not initially made publicly clear what his work involved, or indeed if it was connected to his extensive and extremely controversial studies of the pyramids within Bosnia. However, upon his return to the Bosnian site, he has revealed what he has been quietly confirming. Structural similarities have been discovered beneath the Great Pyramids, characteristics which he believes will lead to a shift in our understanding of the function of all pyramids here on Earth.
I didn't know about this pyramid.
A few months ago, we shared with you a video
Yeah, Big League
regarding
Chew
the
goes hard as
countless
fuck.
testimonies of
You know what you should get
people
him
from
is
all over the world
the fucking Gatorade gum that they have at Sports Authority.
who have experienced strange energy surges and beams of light
Gatorade
when in
gum
the
is
presence
hard
of
as
these
fuck,
grand,
man.
ancient
It's not
buildings.
chew, but
He is now convinced that the Bosnian, along with the Kokir Pyramid, contain all the characteristics needed to form some sort of free energy machine. The pyramid's geometry, orientation towards the sides
we need a
of the
little bit
world,
more net, Professor.
application of the sacral elements, the design of the water flows beneath them, the passages under the pyramids, and the large presence of iron are all designated sources
epic.
for an electromagnetic generator.
yeah, the passages under the pyramids are insane. And I think it's up top. I don't know, man. There's a couple different sites over there that I think are fucking incredible and not at all plausible as a non-Lenny Dykstra event. You know, he'll just you can't hide from Lenny Dykstra for that long, you know. He'll fucking just show up and tell you. Are you big league chewing without me? Yeah, nails. What year is this? 93. 93 was a great year. I think, if I recall.
The first 10 days of May 2017, Osmanagic spent in Tibet. Besides visiting the Buddhist temples, his goal was also to visit the pyramidal mountain Kailash. The tour takes 3 days,
Kailash?
and during
Really?
which the distance covers a grueling 54-kilometer terrain, reaching almost 5,650 meters in altitude. Now, back in Bosnia, the director of the Archaeological Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun Foundation will host, together with a doctor, a group of 130 distinguished guests from Egypt, India, China, and other noted nations in a series of 4 seminars regarding his finds. Dr. Osmanagic claims on the surface of and underneath the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, archaeological digs have also found quartz crystals. The crystal is present in the underground tunnels also. A Finnish researcher called Mika Virparanta has also found 26 volcanic lines leading to the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. Mr. Osmanagic believes his research also shows the importance of the location of the pyramids in Vesoko.
Look, I would really appreciate it if maybe some of y'all thought about subscribing here. You know, it's a long-term investment in your future, and I will beat up any bullies that come after you, and I'll show them what they get for bullying, because bullying, not cool. So you can tell that I'm like an anti-bully because I have this studded bracelet on. That's how we recognize each other. Anti-bullying and our studded bracelets. Hmm. Are they compelling?
He said, "My research and arguments that the pyramids were built worldwide and that the oldest pyramids are also the most superior ones has led to situations where Egyptologists have created a wall of hostility towards me. Our evidence which indicates that the oldest and highest quality concrete on Earth can be found at the Pyramid of the Sun and the existence of the large network of prehistoric tunnels has resulted in written petitions being sent to the European Archaeological Association fighting against our research being made public. However, time and scientific arguments confirm that we were right and they
All they
were
do
wrong."
is go to court to
He
try to
also
keep their
supports
shit out of the
ancient
fucking
alien
press.
theory. He added, "Life originated thanks to an intervention on our planet.
That's right.
Species on Earth change in the long term through experiments, where evolution plays a minor role. Yet Homo sapiens are the result of genetic engineering, and, of course, we are not the first nor the most advanced civilization in the history of the planet." End quote. I will keep you all posted. Simir Osmanagic, a Bosnian-American businessman now based in Houston, Texas, has long claimed that a
Businessman.
particular and
You guys should call me a
uncannily angled
businessman.
hill, long presumed as a natural formation.
Oh, Matt? Yeah, he was just, like a businessman. And he did a lot of business things. Frequently. Doing the business. With the babes.
Is actually the largest human-made ancient pyramid on Earth. The claims have predictably been met with hostility by
but they're
those in
dumb
the
fucks.
academic world who protect modern paradigm. His work has also been heavily criticized, not only as a hoax, but damaging to the other areas of Bosnia, which are
Not a
authentic
hoax.
and mainstream accepted ruins.
That shit is more closely, evenly aligned to true north than Giza. So I don't know how that could be natural. This giant fucking pointy rock that is, it's dimensions becomes quite clear that it's not, big. Osmanovic.
Ruins. However, regardless of these hostilities, Samir has continued his research and promotion of the area
Samir's
as
a pretty cool
tourist
name, huh?
attraction. Furthermore, what he has since
You can go by
discovered from
Sam
numerous
or
excavations
Mir.
is curious, clearly artificial, and
Sammy.
massive ancient activities now
Yeah,
hidden
look at those
beneath
blocks,
several
man.
meters
Look.
of strata. Not only
I don't know how you fake blocks like that. I guess you could if you just installed blocks. You'd have to like get contractors and all out there and like measure it, do it perfectly. Really? Bob Guccione Jr.
have these discoveries of ancient masonry corroborated his ancient claim, but there is also evidence to suggest that incredible efforts were made to divert and control the flow of local water systems,
I wanted to listen to something
channeling
I forgot
them
already.
into and beneath the structure. Regardless of these discoveries, mainstream sources continue to dismiss his claims, and indeed further supporting discoveries, continuing to retain a position of complete denial, claiming that, quote, "there is no evidence that they were shaped by human construction." The European Association of Archaeologists has condemned the so-called Bosnian pyramids
'cause they're
as
dumb.
a cruel hoax,
It's not a
along with
hoax.
various
You're a
other
hoax.
scholars, end quote. There are others, however, who have looked into the research and indeed Samir's efforts in depth, and from this have come to realize that there is much about this curious hill still to be unraveled. And regardless of the skeptics' unrelenting hostility to said claims, they have discovered something rather extraordinary. According to radiocarbon dating, done on an artificially constructed tunnel which penetrates the pyramidal feature. If accepted by mainstream academics, they would also have to be dated at over 32,000 years old.
Jesus.
Could this be the reason for such hostilities in regard to fully exploring the site? The tunnels found in Ravni Park 2 have been carbon dated by the Archaeological Park Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun Foundation. We have ourselves in the past explored the casing stones upon the Great Pyramids of Giza. These stones, clearly of a much younger age than the stone in which they are now preserving. Severe erosion upon these earlier stones, we feel, may also be indicative of a similar age to that found at the Bosnian site. Samir commented on the latest find by stating, quote, "According to the results of the examination of stalagmites found in the new tunnels, we discovered an antiquity of 26,200 years old.
I saw this.
It means that these entrances and tunnels, which until now have remained hidden from the public, go deep into the past of the region." He continued, "When we add the time needed to prepare the base for the creation of stalagmites and corrections for calibrated age to the radiocarbon age, we arrive at about 32,000 years. This is exactly the age of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun and the underground tunnels of Ravni, and they are all part of the same culture," concluded Osmanagin, speaking to Dnevny Ava. These discoveries, along with Samir's earlier work, regardless of the skepticism which predictably surrounds the site, we find highly compelling. We have in the past covered the astonishing discovery solely made by Dr. Sam Osmanagin within Bosnia, long thought to have merely been a hill, completely overgrown and neglected, with many locals even building upon and farming its inclines. Dr. Osmanagin, however, after studying the geology of the area, realized the reason for precise angles of this supposed natural formation, eventually confirming that it was indeed an enormous ancient pyramid, one that, after long, arduous research, has been found to rival even those of Giza, indeed, even its plateau, especially if one takes into consideration the following exposé. Regardless of constant mockery, objections, resistance, and dismissal he has predictably experienced from mainstream funded academia, Dr. Osmanagin has not only unearthed vast portions of this ancient structure, proving beyond doubt that it was indeed an ancient pyramid, but has also successfully penetrated its inner sanctum, along with many other highly intriguing ancient sites located within the local vicinity, all littered with stones that seemingly give off resonance frequencies that are not only being ignored by mainstream scientists, but baffling all those who valiantly decide to explore their features. Yet, thanks to Jock and Sam's continued efforts, our understandings of the incomprehensible, astonishingly true scale of this site has increased dramatically, and indeed the feat that whoever built it went through in constructing the site, truly unbelievable. Jock spent 16 months as official videographer for the Archaeological Park Foundation, a Bosnian NGO nonprofit organization created by Dr. Sam Osmanagin, during which, and thanks to the considerable effort of hundreds of volunteers who since 2010 have been involved in the backbreaking excavations of the site, clearing many tons of rock and earth from the area, including the Ravni tunnels. Such tunnels are apparently widely known locally for their healing powers, which, upon investigation, many alternative investigators have recorded unusual bioelectromagnetic energy levels within. Yet, Jock and Sam's most recent personal discoveries is the connection of these tunnels, located a fair distance from the pyramid itself, interwoven with all the local ancient sites, a result clearly intended by the past intelligence responsible for their creation. These tunnels backfilled 4,600 years ago, for reasons that many have postulated was done to avoid further degeneration of the original civilization's work. Thus, were clearly a conservation effort, that, just like I have postulated on several other videos, are the purpose for the casing stones, which can still be found upon the Great Pyramids, were done by groups who clearly revered these sites. Furthermore, regardless of this connection of tunnels, Jacques and Samir have also realized, thanks to these contributory excavation efforts, something truly astonishing regarding not only the Bosnian pyramid, but the entire surrounding area, which, just like the pyramid, were long presumed to have been merely a natural geological landscape. However, all of the curious sites that have been found dotting the surrounding area were not only undeniably man-made, but that the entire landscape was actually once carved out by hand or possibly machine. With the river Fonica, which runs through the entire site, masterfully designed to permanently remain placid, also man-made.
Really?
And due to the fossilized stonework found, enabling this water's manipulation, according to Jacques, indicates it could have possibly been completed millions instead of thousands of years ago, successfully creating a river which gently meanders through the site. Who built the Bosnian Plateau? Who had such tremendous earth-moving and water manipulation capabilities, seemingly many hundreds of thousands or possibly millions of years ago? As the investigations within the area continue, it is slowly growing into one of the most enormous, most compelling areas of evidence of ancient advanced lost civilization to be found anywhere on Earth. Thank you very much to Jacques for bringing all this astonishing information to light, furthering all of our understandings of their past capabilities. And as the research grows, so does the compounding proof of these past highly capable civilizations. We will, of course, keep you posted through our connections, a place that is undoubtedly highly compelling.
Highly compelling. Highly compelling. Don't play my game, I'll test ya. You're the victim. All right, I gotta go. All right, let me just see. Oh, there's some quirk. The Stargate of Iraq. This guy sucks. I'm not watching his videos anymore. Oh, what was that? What was that? This fucking McGonagall guy's been pumping out the content the last few days. Is him still here? No, right? Bluffing governor. Oh yeah. Oh, it's not new show time yet, but old show. Uncommitted battle fleet. Iran's response. Tim Walz disrupted by Palestinian protest. Really? I want to see that. Get his ass. Tim Walz. More like Tim Balls. Yeah, because he's like
Very
a pair of
excited to be bringing on
balls.
this next guest because he is engaged in some exciting activism and disruption very recently.
Balls guy, big balls
Mataz
friend.
Salem is a Palestinian American graduate student in D.C. from Gaza, advocating for an end to the genocide and the liberation of Palestine. He's been joining Code Pink every day for 3 months to be a voice for his people. He's also been involved in activism at a university and within the local community,
Ball
dedicating
liker.
the past 10 months to fighting for Palestinian liberation.
Ball
So
destroyer.
welcome.
Thank you, Katie, for having me on. I
Of course.
appreciate it.
Ball
Yes, thank you for
courager.
joining. Tell us what you're doing in Chicago and tell us when and where and
Ball
how you
vasectomy.
interrupted and disrupted Tim Walz.
I'm in Chicago for the
Vasectomy
DNC,
balls.
Well, against the DNC.
Vasectomy
protested.
balls.
And the Tim Walz thing. So initially the plan was to
attend
the Women's Caucus. Like they had essentially a panel and a talk that was 2 hours long. And we actually had no idea that Tim Walz was going to be there. They've been doing a lot of surprise sort of VIP guests to panels. And so
yeah, they keep trying to invite me to panels, and I keep telling them
that we're going to disrupt it and mention something about Palestinian women and how they've been subjugated and the horrible conditions that they're facing.
I don't want to be fucking
outside
caught
of
dead
just
with you
being
guys.
relentlessly murdered and bombed. But then Tim Walz shows up. The lady was on the mic talking about him, and people all stood up. And that's when I realized, like, oh, she's not just like giving him a shout out. He's about to come on stage. And so, yeah, especially given that he was there, we thought it was, a must to disrupt it and to bring attention, especially given that this was the Women's Caucus panel.
What the fuck is he doing at the Women's Caucus, dude?
That, there was a lot of the panel talked about, feminism and the ERA.
It sounds like you've fucking had a good time with Tim Walz. Cool.
Here's the truth: the 30 to 40,000 protesters, or the 100,000 protesters, they're not here. Like, there's not a lot of protesters here. I've seen more police than protesters. What about you, Ryan?
Ryan, remember when we were walking yesterday
in Park? Like, I have seen way more police officers
at least 1 to 1
than protesters.
Dude, what? Like at the park, sure. Like there's probably some mismatches, right? But like, it's preposterous to say that like there's anywhere approaching parity between cops and protesters, you dumbass.
Are there some Code Pink folks like screaming at people in line?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
Here's from our guy today.
Okay, so I mean, it's like modest.
I'll send this to Matt.
No more so than I would say any like normal kind of I've seen more people at Palestine protests in the streets of Washington, D.C. than I have here at the Democratic National Convention.
There was an expectation that is being like totally underachieved.
Yeah.
And it's that said, there have been close to 100 arrests. So like there have been scuffles, but it's not 1968.
Right, it's not
like,
1968.
They must have listened to your commentary that protest doesn't really work. So
but I mean,
decided not to participate.
I mean, empirically kind of correct. I'm just saying, like, it's like, look at what the uncommitted people, pulled. They made a whole big deal out of it, and they got here and they're like, oh, actually, we're all just great Democrats this entire time. And
but to your point, I mean, listen, uncommitted, I think there's a variety of viewpoints there, but these are by and large Democrats. Yeah. And I think it is a defensible position to look at the Trump position on Israel in particular, which is very much like just finish him off, and to also consider the domestic agenda and say, I am, outraged by what's going on here, but I'm making a moral calculation, and here's where I come down. We've got Maxwell Frost up.
Yeah, you want to go to Maxwell Frost?
Yeah, let's take a look. So this is the youngest member of Congress. Ryan, real quick, you want to set up? He has an interesting backstory on Israel, actually, because he was. He
won't speak for long.
Yeah,
so
let's
just catch
him.
Okay,
go ahead to Maxwell Frost.
We're used to podcasting.
Why does he get to speak? He's a freshman in Congress.
I'm not hearing anything.
Exacerbated by this crisis.
And
I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have proven that tackling this crisis creates jobs, that investing in clean energy protects our health, and that investing in mass public transit builds strong communities. And we must always remember that peace is essential to our climate and war destroys our environment. This election is about every drop of water that we consume and
I thought
every
Trump was
breath
anti-war.
we breathe. Fighting the climate crisis is patriotic. And unlike Donald Trump, our patriotism is more than some damn slogan on a hat. It's about actually giving a damn about the people who live in this country. Because when you love somebody, you want them to have clean air.
Yo,
when
he's
you love
definitely
somebody,
yacked up,
you
dude.
want them to have
He's
safe
definitely
drinking
fucking
water. And when you
loaded.
love somebody,
Whoa.
you want them to have a dignified
Dude,
job.
look at him. He's so
And
yacked.
so, America, it's simple. Let's get to work and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for our planet, for our future, for our present, and for our people. God bless.
We should say the theme of the night, by the way, is the future.
Yes, that's right. Good.
I haven't felt like the whole theme thing has been very, like, it's just not been clear to me, the way the themes of the night have
It's
tied
all the
into
same thing.
the.
Yeah.
What's the difference between for the people and for the future? People,
Right.
People want a future.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw. I'm a low-level Turkish intelligence. I'm a goofball number one. Ooh. Hey, I'm Sagar. I'm goofball number two. I don't like protesting or smoking weed or sex. I waited till I got married.
Hi everyone, Anthony Fantano here.
I'm the goofiest goofball. I'm goofball number 3. Which goofball do you want? Goofball number 3, I bet.
Internet's busiest music nerd. I hope you're doing well. And it's time for another sort of monthly
TGIF, you know what I'm saying?
vinyl update where I go over a bunch of records that have recently made it into my collection.
Bet your collection is fucking
yeah,
cringe.
just kind of talk some albums, talk some recent and past releases, and new pickups, stuff that I've been listening, stuff that I've been into, stuff that I think that I would like to share with you because you might be into it too. These videos usually end up being a nice opportunity to kind of jump out of the, I guess, a new music cycle loop a bit and just kind of have a nice, cool, unscripted, free form.
He only listens to hip-hop these days anyway.
Blah, blah, yap
The
session.
theme was Yang Gang
And,
2024.
yeah, as
Sick.
you guys have already seen, we got a few classics in the
I
pile
saw that, bro.
already, which
You
I
know what I'm
will
saying?
go over. But yeah, hopefully you enjoy the video. Thank you very
You
much
hear that?
for
I hear that.
clicking in. To kick things off, a more recent release, one that I actually reviewed on the channel. If you guys have not seen this review, I recommend that you go back to it and check project
like
or something
Double
like that,
Dagger
but
or
this is
something.
very much not that. The vibe is actually some kind of dark and foreboding jazz fusion. Believe it or not, we have we have trumpet in the mix, we have sax, we have electric keys and organ, we have flute as well, drums, and fretless electric bass.
No way.
And yeah, just like you know, the performances
cool,
I would say are like, they're a little amateurish, that's for sure, but they do come off
A little amateurish? Who the fuck are you,
great
Gene
compositional
Jagged?
ideas as a group here and there, at least on the first half of the record that I was spinning. Again, big jazz fusion vibes on this thing, but it's a little strange, it's a little dark, it's a little tortured, it's a little unnerving in a way that's actually pretty refreshing and sick. It's cool to, you know, sort of like
moving
see
his lips
approximately
15%.
Still kind of like messing with this vibe, messing with this style.
He appears to be moving his lips 10 to 15% more than is necessary. I could be wrong.
I'm glad that it's like not totally going out of fashion, you know, jazz rock and jazz fusion, that is. But you know, really some really sick ideas throughout this thing. And you know, again, if this is your bag and you want to hear a group that is
really sick ideas,
up and coming, getting out there, Dance Macabre.
So you can
look
tell
it up,
because of my
Retro
bracelet.
Records, liking this
I'm the kind of guy who likes
quite a
to
bit.
party,
Respect for that. All right, moving on from there. Shout out to
just like I can
Hiatus
tell from
Coyote,
your jacket.
Newest full length LP.
Who?
The Heart Cheat Code. Oh, sorry, Love Heart Cheat Code. It's signed by the group. Holy crap! What the hell? What? Are we serious?
Dear
Signed by the
Fantano,
group.
you're a massive nerd.
Love Heart Cheat Code. Signed by the group. A lot of great tracks on this thing, including a
This is
fun
also
little
how he
interlude
reviews his
that
morning stool.
features the voice actor that does BMO on Adventure Time. And we have a cool, fun little blue pressing on the record as well that matches the cover art on the front very well. Some of the group's funkiest songs, the incredibly intense and mind-blowing Cinnamon Temple as well, which the performance on that is just insane. Some silly cuts, as well as some very like moving and heartwarming songs on there as well, like Make Friends. Everything's you know, even on the labeling on the record itself, which is a pure white pressing, by the way. It's all very holistic. It all really kind of like, you know, comes together, you know, referenced in terms of political injustice, queer liberation, so on and so forth. And I feel like the you know, inner art of the record, you know, especially like we're talking all the news articles and obituaries that are, you know, referenced in terms of like important
easily
queer
amused
icons and activists, you know, even on the labeling on the record itself, which is a pure white pressing, by the way. It's all very holistic. It all really kind of like, you know, comes together in a big grand kind of statement that the packaging itself reinforces. We have lyrics, we have an image on the other side. There is sort of like an opening sleeve I would like to go over, but there is like sort of partial nudity involved that I will not be able to show on camera, but still there is a pretty stunning poster and, you know, kind of a bare bones phrase written on the inside. It's time to feel what's really happening, which again I think is a kind of another key message.
I say that all the time.
Of the album,
I'm always thinking
and
about
its
that.
you know, best works. This idea of kind of like refusing the normalization of certain things and rejecting this kind of like,
look, that's what I said. I refuse to accept the normalization of motherfuckers not subscribing. Okay, that's what I refuse to accept. So
look up into a clear night sky with your naked eye, and what planets would you see?
This is activist.
Technically, you would be able to see all of them at one time or another, all of them apart from Neptune. It is the smallest of the gas giants, and also the furthest away, and it is a perplexing place. You would
look, yeah. What if I made it like some sort of like pyramid scheme? No, it doesn't work. I don't know, some sort of like money laundering. Hmm. Hmm. Getting some ideas here. What if um do what if you just like fucking subscribe? You could just do that. While I figure out stage 2.
Think a planet so far from the sun wouldn't have a dynamic atmosphere that exhibits ginormous storms and super fast winds, and yet it does. So why is this planet as interesting as it is? I'm Alex McColgan and you're watching Astrum, and today we're going to delve into everything you could want to know about Neptune. Let's start right at the beginning. Neptune is the only planet found through mathematical prediction. You see, when Uranus was discovered and astronomers were plotting its orbit, they noticed that Uranus wasn't following their models. From the perturbed orbit of Uranus, Urbain Le Verrier in 1846 concluded that there must be another undiscovered planet, and he predicted where it should be.
Anybody want to come over?
And remarkably, Johann Galle was able to find it only a degree away from the predicted point. Triton, Neptune's biggest moon, was discovered a few days later. But since then, Neptune has been poorly understood, as its distance from Earth very small apparent size meant it couldn't be studied from ground-based telescopes very easily. It wasn't until 1989, when Voyager 2 arrived, that huge amounts of information about the planet became available. Suddenly, we could see what the planet looked like, confirmed that it had planetary rings, and discovered a lot of previously unknown moons. But let's get to today. What do we know about this planet now?
Dogan already knew about those moons.
Since Pluto's demotion to not a planet status, Neptune is the 8th and furthest planet from the Sun. It orbits at 30 astronomical units from the Sun on average, which means it's 30 times further than the Earth's orbit from the Sun. 30 astronomical units, in other words, is 4.5 billion kilometers. And from
Sorry. Yeah, subscribe. You won't regret it. We will unlock so many secrets together. It will be... magical is so overused, but, transcendent maybe? I wish I was in your shoes, like being able to subscribe here. First time. Like, oh, wow. Going on a journey. Every night. I'm here. Don't take any nights off. Some say I got like I have a soothing voice. That people respond well to. And God, I feel like break it down. Easy to understand little niblets. Wow, you would be like, oh, should I support Jill Stein? I don't know. Ooh, what should I do? Ooh, what about AOC? Oh no. Yeah, I'd figure that out for you. You would have already figured it out. But like in a cool, like, not quite orthodox and not quite unorthodox, heterodox, if you will. Jeez.
From that, you can see why it would take a space probe, using current technology, 13 years to reach Neptune. 4.5 billion kilometers is a considerable distance. Because of this long orbit, it takes a huge 165 years to orbit the Sun once, which means we've only seen one Neptunian year since its discovery. This distance from the Sun means the average temperature in Neptune's atmosphere is very cold, minus 201 degrees Celsius. Its axial tilt is 28 degrees, meaning it's similar to Earth and Mars, which have 23 degrees and 25 degrees respectively. This means it has seasons similar to Earth and Mars too, the big difference being these 4 seasons last 40 Earth years each. At this moment in time, the Southern Hemisphere is experiencing spring. During this spring, the Southern Hemisphere receives more sunlight and appears brighter. This increase in brightness is actually quite noticeable, which is strange, as you would have thought that because the Sun is 900 times dimmer on Neptune than on Earth, from that distance it wouldn't make much of an impact. But even if it is only a small impact, it makes an impact nonetheless, and the increased sunlight levels in the Southern Hemisphere warm it up by about 10 degrees Celsius compared to the rest of the planet. This comparably higher temperature releases frozen methane into the stratosphere, causing its increased brightness, whereas elsewhere on the planet it remains frozen and stays deeper in the troposphere. Just a quick recap of the spheres of a planet. The troposphere is the lowest atmospheric level, followed by the stratosphere. Above those layers are the mesosphere, the thermosphere, and then the exosphere. But that's a very interesting topic in itself, and we'll save it for another video. If you look at the weather on Neptune, it actually has the fastest wind speed of any planet, with wind speeds blowing westward on the equator reaching a staggering 2,160 kilometers per hour, nearly a supersonic flow. And interestingly, most winds travel retrograde to the rotation of the planet. Bands are also formed on the planet, as well as colossal storms. When Voyager 2 passed by the planet in 1989, it saw the Great Dark Spot, a storm about the size of Earth passing through its atmosphere. Voyager also saw the smaller storm known as the Small Dark Spot, south of its big sibling. As Voyager 2 approached Neptune, this smaller storm changed in shade from dark to light. When Hubble was launched, astronomers were curious to see the fate of these storms, to see if they were a permanent feature like Jupiter's Great Red Spot. But when Hubble was pointed at Neptune in 1999, these storms had completely disappeared, and storms have come and gone ever since. Giant, bright, high-altitude clouds also come and go. But why then doesn't Uranus, which is very similar in composition and size to Neptune, also have such a blustery atmosphere? Don't get me wrong, wind speeds on Uranus are fast too, but it doesn't compete with Neptune at only 900 kilometers per hour. Can all this only be due to interactions with the Sun and its seasons? Something else must be at play here to explain the extremes in weather. The answer may lie deep beneath Neptune's surface. I mentioned that Neptune is the furthest planet from the Sun, so you would have thought it's also the coldest. But actually, Uranus is the coldest planet in our solar system. Neptune radiates heat from within, whereas Uranus radiates hardly any excess heat at all. This could be because a large Earth-sized body crashed into Uranus billions of years ago, which depleted all of its primordial heat. Astronomers now theorize that the more active weather on Neptune might be due, in part, to this higher internal heat. What is Neptune actually made of then? Its internal structure and atmosphere is thought to be very similar to Uranus. Its atmosphere is composed of mainly 80% hydrogen and then 19% helium, with very small amounts of methane. It's this methane though that gives Neptune its blue color, although it's a darker shade of blue compared to Uranus's cyan. Again, like Uranus, there is a liquid mantle of water, ammonia and methane ices surrounding the core. And where the core and the mantle meet, the pressure is so great that the methane may break apart and diamonds are formed under the pressure. Likely not diamonds as you or I know, but there could be a liquid carbon ocean with solid diamond bergs floating in it, and diamonds raining down through the mantle like hailstones. This is just a theory though, as technology has only recently started to recreate such pressures. Around the core of Neptune is thought to be 7 million bar, or 700 gigapascals, which is about 7 million times the pressure of Earth's atmosphere at the surface. Even the two ice giants' magnetospheres share similarities. Neptune's magnetic field is offset 47 degrees relative to its rotational axis. When Voyager 2 discovered this about Uranus, the first theory was that it had something to do with its unusual axial tilt. But then it found the same thing out about Neptune, which has a more normal axial tilt. So the current theory is that the magnetic field is either not generated in the core, but rather by an electrically conducting liquid mantle, or that the mantle deflects the magnetic field from the core, which gives it this weird offset in relation to its rotational axis. Every planet in the solar system hasn't actually got a perfectly aligned magnetic field. Even Earth's magnetic north is different from where the North Pole actually is. But it's only Uranus and Neptune that have such a tilted magnetosphere. Aurora do exist on Neptune too, but they are different from what you might expect, as they are extremely faint due to particles not getting as charge from the Sun, and because of the direction of the magnetosphere, they are mainly type B aurora, or SAR arcs. Earth gets these too, but they are not visible and you need scientific instruments to know that they are there. They could be stretching across the whole sky without you actually knowing about it. Another difference with the SAR arcs of Neptune is that they are not only found around the poles, but rather are around the mid-latitudes of the planet. Zooming out from Neptune a bit, we come to its ring system. Like all other gas giants, Neptune does have a ring system, although it is extremely faint, as it is not as dense and is extremely dark in color. If you have these rings against the black backdrop of space, and also have them be this far away from the Sun, then they are very hard to see. But there are 5 known rings in all, and they are named after people involved in the discovery and research of Neptune. The innermost is the Gale ring, which is very faint and very wide at 2,000 kilometers. Next is the first bright ring, Nefarious. Although it's bright, it's only 113 kilometers wide. Next, and connected, is the Lasso ring, a very faint band 4,000 kilometers across. On the edge of this ring is the Arago ring. It is slightly brighter than the Lasso ring and less than 100 kilometers wide. Lastly is the outermost and the most researched ring, the Adams ring. It is only 35 kilometers wide, but is one of the brightest rings. It is particularly interesting as it is slightly inclined and has bright arcs in it. These arcs have been quite stable since they were discovered in 1980, but usually planetary rings are uniform throughout. These arcs must be material clumping and clustering up within the ring, but the reason for this is currently unknown. Lastly, I want to talk about the moons. Neptune has 14 known moons, which are named after water deities in Greek mythology. The most famous, and the largest by far, is the moon Triton, which actually contains most of the mass of all of Neptune's moons put together. I personally think it is one of the prettiest moons in our solar system, as it has amazing patterns and is burnt orange color. What is most interesting about Triton is the fact it orbits in retrograde, and also at an inclination to Neptune's rotation, which implies it is probably a captured object and not something that was formed alongside the planet. Triton might be the cause of the rings of Neptune, as it would have disrupted the orbits of moons, possibly causing them to collide and break up into what is now the rubble of the rings. Triton is even bigger than Pluto, and also has a tenuous atmosphere. Voyager 2 even saw faint clouds on its flyby of the moon. The next biggest moon is Proteus, which is a little irregular in its shape. Normally we only see this on smaller objects like asteroids, but Proteus is actually bigger, at 400 kilometers across, than the spherical moon of Saturn, Mimas. Why it is not a sphere is explained by past collisions of things hitting the moon, leaving these massive craters which you see. The inner, regular moons orbit around the rings, some acting as shepherd moons. The outer, irregular moons are all likely captured moons. Some of the irregular moons orbit prograde and others retrograde. The outermost moons of Neptune are Samathe and Netho, and are the furthest out satellite of any planet that we know of to date. They take a massive 25 years to orbit Neptune only once. This is because Neptune has a very large hill sphere, the hill sphere being the sphere in which the planet's gravity overcomes the gravity of the Sun. It has such a large hill sphere because it's already so far from the Sun. The Sun's gravity has less of an influence around Neptune than at the biggest planet, Jupiter. Well, thank you for watching. Did you learn something interesting about Neptune today? What mysteries would you like to see solved? We're still working our way through remastering the planets in our solar system series. What planet would you like to see us do next? Let us know in the comments below, and I'll see you next time. Making this video required some long-term
And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends.
Slow down.
And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. And Chicago,
She
we
seems
have
fucking weird too, man. They all seem fucking yacked up or something. I mean, look, when you're doing a genocide, you gotta fucking, you gotta dull your senses. I'm Team
Let's
Fox.
go.
In case y'all didn't know. Oh wow. Look at that big fucking rat, man. Wow. Oh god. Get him, Foxy. Get him, Foxy. He's gonna sneak up on you, man. Get him. Fucking bitch ass fox, man. Get him.
What are we watching? Crazy.
Oh, watching?
Wow.
Crazy. Whoa.
This is crazy.
He's got him. Dude, is he gonna eat him? I wonder if he's gonna eat him. Wow. Did you see the size of that rat in its mouth? Dude, Michael Tracy has a video that's like, oh, DNC security line chaos exposed Democrats. Democrats exposed by the line for security. Fucking Michael Tracy, jackass. Fucking jackass. Fuck y'all. Killing me, Smalls. Killing me. Why can't new show comes out at 7:30? Work just because he looks so handsome.
Welcome to extraterrestrial reality. Today I'm filming out here in the woods in Tuscarora State Park in Pennsylvania. Beautiful place. wanted to do a change of pace. You
Just
get
once
sick and
I wish I
tired of
didn't have to
sitting in the
bang
office
so
all
many
the time.
Chatter's moms.
Wanted to change it up a little bit. Nothing like getting out here into nature. Very exciting. Beautiful place here. Oh, there's the lake down there. Here, let me switch this around so you can see it.
Well, I'm from Manhattan.
There it is.
He's
There's
from
the trees.
Brooklyn.
You can see the lake.
What?
Yep. Beautiful. Anyway.
What? Putin going after Zelensky?
Today,
where'd you see that?
We're going to talk about a little bit about Lou Elizondo's new book, Imminent.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go read that.
And the fact that now I have not finished reading it. Only a few chapters in, but I'm enjoying it very much. And
what's the best thing you've ever seen?
If you haven't got it, it's definitely something. If you're in the UFOs, it's a must-have, must-read. So far, it's great. But I want to talk about the foreword that was written by Christopher Mellon. You know, he touched on a couple of things that I think are very important. The fact that, you know, that this is not being something that's been taken seriously by a lot of people in the Pentagon, because obviously it's been hidden away
He wants to do a podcast
by a secret control group, obviously. And, you know, it's sad. It really is sad.
Gossip about
and, you know, he talked about how we basically got caught with our pants down at Pearl Harbor. You know, there was a lieutenant who saw that there were planes coming toward Pearl Harbor back in 1941.
Yeah.
And
do you think Quirk would do
he
a
thought
podcast
it was just
with me?
our guys out on a training mission, and the rest is history. And then, of course, 9/11.
I got to rebrand.
You know, had the CIA and the FBI been sharing information with each other, maybe it's possible that we could have avoided that.
I can, yeah. I need to, like, you know, rebrand, start from scratch. Thinking podcast. Yeah, because then you don't know what I look like on Patreon. This fucking platform sucks. It's like the amount of fucking effort you have to put in, like trying to fucking scrounge up subs every single day. It's like most content creators don't have to do something like that, right? It's like the worst fucking platform of them all. It's ridiculous. Amazon, dude. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, see, it's time to fucking skedaddle. It's fucking played. Mamala shows up. It's time to go home.
That disaster, the terrorist attack. Mellon said, you know, it really hits home with him because he was actually in the Pentagon that day when Flight 77, I believe,
both of those guys
are
incredibly
blew up. So you have that. And I just, you know, you think about all of this, you know, the fact that we don't, like for the longest time, you know, the media, science, the world, you know, the mainstream scientists for the most part haven't taken this seriously. Really been no large studies conducted on this phenomenon. And basically it could be setting ourselves up for disaster. You know, I know there's a lot of people out there in the UFO community who believe that that a lot of these beings are here on their friendly terms. They're here to help us and whatnot. A lot of people have very positive encounters. You know, you hear that a lot. But there's a lot of people out there who have negative encounters, scared out of their minds. These beings are up to something.
Sounds like Quirk was one
right?
of them.
Some of them, at least a segment of them, right? And we've heard the stories. We've heard the stories from Whitley Strieber. You know, his terrifying encounters with them. They remove semen from them. You hear this throughout all the abduction literature. People like Bud Hopkins, John Mack. They wrote about it. Dr. David M. Jacobs. So many people terrified. Some of them remember bits and pieces. Some of them were having missing time, and they have recall under hypnotic regression. These creatures are up to something here, and some of them, at least some of them. and it could be no good. And the fact that all these decades we've basically been not doing anything about it. I mean, of course, maybe the secret control group is studying this secretly behind the scenes, but shouldn't everybody be involved? Wouldn't it be better if everybody was
Nader
involved?
was on with
Scientists from
Brianna.
across the world studying this, trying to figure out what they're up to, how to prevent whatever, if it's something bad, how to stop it. It's a security issue. It's national security issue. It's more than national security. It's not national security for the United States. It should be national security for concern for every single country in the world.
Netanyahu's only goal has been to set
We don't
the
know what
region
they're
on
doing
fire.
there.
The entire world should realize
if
this. He's lost the PR war, he's lost the legal war, and he's losing the military war. And his only chances of survival is to drag America into a direct confrontation with Iran. This is a fundamental threat to world peace. Everyone should be hoping for his downfall. I first met Netanyahu as an opposition leader in 2000. At that time, he had just basically one pitch, and that was Iran is the enemy and Hamas and Hezbollah are just its aircraft carriers. So a central leitmotif of Netanyahu's policy, apart from doing everything he can to stop the creation of a Palestinian state, is to get America into an attack on Iran.
For Iran, Israel is first, America is next. So when Israel fights Hamas, we're fighting Iran. When we fight Hezbollah, we're fighting Iran.
A war against Hezbollah is regarded as a matter of when, not if. If Israel has failed in its primary objective to dismantle Hamas after 10 months of unleashing more bombs on Gaza than the Allies dropped on Dresden and Hamburg in the Second World War, how on earth does it think it will unseat or push Hezbollah back? Hezbollah is much better armed than Hamas, with very accurate missiles that can sneak under the Iron Dome system. So the whole of Israel is vulnerable to a regional war on 5 fronts. This is fundamentally against all Western interests, particularly after a series of defeats for Western policy in Iraq, in Yemen, in Syria, in Libya. American foreign policy has basically labored under a huge self-imposed burden. They have been trying to persuade Netanyahu to stop the war, but they provided no incentive for Netanyahu to stop the war. And it still remains a bipartisan policy of whatever happens in the Middle East, however badly Israel has behaved, we are going to support Israel, which not even Ronald Reagan or H.W. Bush, 2 Republican presidents, allowed themselves to work under. If you remember, Reagan stopped Yitzhak Shamir from bombing West Beirut in 1982 because the scenes of the nightly bombing were so grim on CNN that Reagan, as the sort of consummate television frontman, said, no, I don't want it, stop it. And he stopped it. He stopped the shelling within 20 minutes. H.W. Bush threatened to cut aid off for every settlement that was announced. So now you've got a president in Joe Biden who is an instinctive Zionist, a generational Zionist, who was given far more leeway to Israel, committing far more barbaric crimes over a much longer period of time, and just giving it the green light. For Biden now to say stop, stop, stop is also an incredibly weak position, because he could have said everything he said 10 months ago. Nothing has been achieved except the deaths of 40,000 Palestinians, 100,000 wounded, and even that could be a huge underestimate. And it is in US policy's interest to deconflict the Middle East. Their interest is in withdrawal to confront China and the China Sea. So all of this is absolutely against America's interest. And yet its default position is we've got to protect Israel. Israel has to have it. So it is fighting against its own policy. There's no coherence in American foreigners. The one obstacle to it is not Israeli militias, it's not Israeli deep state, not even the Israeli army. It's Netanyahu himself, because he fears his government can break it.
Don't miss the rare opportunity, one time only, accepting new subscriptions. Otherwise, you gotta wait in line. Right now only, accepting new subscribers. Pop in there, be one of the fucking homies. And your life will never be the same. Honestly. Not said enough. I change lives. We change lives. This place changes lives. And it's not subtle. I'll guarantee you, I can accentuate your understanding of the world so far. Wherever you're at in your studies, I'm quite confident I can spice it up. Examples, entertaining stories. Too much rock. The knife dementors will kill again. They've been quiet lately, but that won't last long. Once they have the taste, never gonna stop. Once you subscribe, you get a fucking killer pills. Break bottles of loose milk. People headbutt, I neckbutt. I fuck people up too.